Chapter 1424. These words made Yi Xiaoyao and the rest lower their heads in shame. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands. Lan Mofeng lowered his head, only feeling a burning sensation in his heart. He held back the tears that hadn't really flowed out of his eyes for thousands of years. Only he knew what Diwu Qingru said. The reason for him to stay here was to consider the big picture, to fight a common enemy, to be friends for thousands of years, and so on. It was complete nonsense. Because the current Lan Mofeng didn't think of the plan to live in seclusion in the mountains at all. He didn't know where he was going to go in the future at all. After the clan was wiped out, Lan Mofeng had been at a loss. His heart was muddled, like a walking corpse. He didn't even have the strength to think about the future. He could only stay here and risk his life in confusion and resentment. As for the friendship of the big clans, Lan Mofeng cursed in his heart. Friendship, my ass. What kind of friendship do you have with them? As for now, Diwu Qingru had proposed a solution. Live in seclusion in the mountains and wait for the right time. But not only Lan Mofeng, but the others also knew. How could it be so easy to live in seclusion in the mountains? Once the war started and the wind and clouds gathered, no matter where you were, it would be easy to find you. What's more, where would the resources, food, drinks, and other things for cultivation come from after living in seclusion? The few people left in the Lan clan could be said to be poor at this moment. Were the descendants of the big clans going to be reduced to robbing people? So this plan obviously wasn't feasible. But Diwu Qingru's words had an effect after all. Diwu Qingru didn't go overboard. Then he said, "Our opponent is the Tribulation Sword Master. For thousands of years, once the Tribulation Sword Master appeared, he would sweep the world. If we don't unite at this time, we can only wait to repeat the fate of our seniors and be swept away again. So, everyone." He stopped speaking earnestly. Only then did everyone start to really discuss. Under Diwu Qingru's guidance, they finally got on the right track step by step. First, they sent 2 experts to infiltrate and find out the truth. Then, they would make plans. At the same time, they would ask for help from the clan. As for the 2 people sent out, firstly, they had to be smart. Secondly, he had to be meticulous. Thirdly, his cultivation had to be high. Fourthly, his speed had to be fast. Fifthly, when facing a lower Jizuan, he had to have a certain degree of confidence in escaping. Therefore, after a long discussion, the candidates were finally decided. Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu. The 2 of them immediately set off, disappearing into the heavy night fog. Diwu Qingru returned to his tent and took out a book. Then, he leaned against the cushion and started to read. His posture seemed very leisurely. However, only those who were familiar with him could tell that he was actually waiting for something. After a long time, a voice came from outside the tent. "May I ask if Commander-in-Chief Diwu is here?" A low voice sounded. Immediately after, someone reported, "Commander-in-Chief, Senior Lan requests an audience." Diwu Qingru sounded very surprised. Please come in." The door curtain was lifted, and a gust of chilly air gushed in. Lan Mofeng walked in and bowed very respectfully toward Diwu Qingru. "Commander-in-Chief Diwu, you're too polite." Diwu Qingru stood up. Putting down the book in his hands, he enthusiastically offered his seat to Zhang Xian. "Elder, please take a seat. Servants, serve tea." The aroma of tea filled the air. Lan Mofeng didn't speak for a long time. Diwu Qingru was naturally even more patient. He just smiled and drank tea with him, similarly not saying a word. "Commander-in-Chief, although Commander-in-Chief has explained everything to me today, I can feel that the Yi and Xiao clan will never let anyone or anything go wrong. The Yi clan, Xiao clan and the rest definitely won't let our Lan clan off just because of this." After a long while, Lan Mofeng finally spoke. The moment he spoke, he went straight to the point. Diwu Qingru frowned and said, "I can guess that too. My reason is a little far-fetched after all. However, they won't be so stupid as to destroy their own Great Wall at this time, right? This is a critical moment." Lan Mofeng smiled bitterly. "We are actually the same kind of people. To us, there's actually nothing to be concerned about at critical moments. We're all people who have gone through life and death in the martial world. We should strike when it's time. This is a principle. The Lan clan has finally declined. In their eyes, our little bit of power is already irrelevant to the big picture. Besides, after 10,000 years, they're actually not very afraid of the Tribulation Sword Master anymore. 10,000 years of supremacy has cultivated confidence and arrogance that's hard to get rid of. Lan Mofeng smiled sadly. For example, Commander-in-Chief Diwu, to be honest, although the Lan clan has already been destroyed by the Tribulation Sword Master, and we're the only ones left, it's enough to show how terrifying the Tribulation Sword Master is, right? Diwu Qingro nodded. That's right. The Tribulation Sword Master and his tribulation are very scary. Lan Mofeng laughed as if he was about to cry. But even now, in the eyes of the Lan clan, these stray dogs, the Tribulation Sword Master is still not that scary and can still be destroyed with a flip of the hand. This mentality even includes myself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Diwu Qingro sighed deeply, his expression heavy. It may sound ridiculous, but I really do understand. Lan Mofeng smiled sadly. He did understand. After 10,000 years of supremacy, 10,000 years of being high and mighty, this kind of arrogance and confidence had already seeped into his bones and couldn't be changed easily. Unless he encountered it personally and saw it with his own eyes, he might change a little. But before he experienced it personally, there was no way he could change. A fatal arrogance. This was just like how we usually refuse to admit defeat. Although we knew that someone was many times stronger than us and still lost to someone, in our hearts, we still felt that someone was just Diwu Qingro looked up and sighed. I finally understand why the big clans of the past failed. It's because of this mentality. He couldn't help but sigh. There were many ways to guard against the Tribulation Sword Master. There were also many ways to kill the Tribulation Sword Master. Even after the Tribulation Sword Master had grown up, there were still many ways to eliminate him. It wasn't impossible, but all the big clans in the past 10,000 years had failed. To the Tribulation Sword Master who had just started to grow up, their strength was billions of times stronger. To the Tribulation Sword Master who had grown up, it was already billions of times stronger. Even to the Tribulation Sword Master who was at his peak, the power of the big clans could still be dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. But they still lost. Why? Diwu Qingro had even thought of the stupidest way before. Every 100 years or 50 years in the upper three heavens. Just go once for 3 days. Kill all the young experts who had risen to fame in one fell swoop. They would rather kill billions of people than let go of a suspicious person. If this went on, the Tribulation Sword Master wouldn't even have a chance to grow up. Even if the Tribulation Sword Master could grow up, then could the Tribulations too? As long as the Tribulation Sword Master couldn't gather all the tribulations, what was there to fear? But, for some reason, no one had ever implemented this method. No one had even done the stupidest way. Not to mention the other methods. It's not a bad thing to have confidence and pride, Lan Mofeng said bitterly, but to big clans like us, it's a fatal oversight. If it weren't for the great change in the clan, I wouldn't have thought of it either. But even though I've thought of it now, I still can't change my mentality. Diwu Qingro let out a long sigh. So big clans are destined not to be united. Lan Mofeng smiled bitterly. Diwu Qingro lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. So, it won't be long before the Yi and Shao clans deal with us. And when that time comes, it will also make things difficult for you, the Commander-in-Chief. Diwu Qingro tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Yes, I've also thought of this. At present, I'm looking for a way to resolve this crisis. Lan Mofeng fell silent again. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head. Commander-in-Chief Diwu, your Diwu clan is only a vassal of the Zhuge clan. For someone as talented as you, it's really too much of a pity and too much of a grievance. Diwu Qingro smiled bitterly. There's nothing we can do even if it's grievance. Lan Mofeng asked cautiously, Commander-in-Chief, what plans does the Diwu clan have in the future? Diwu Qingro was silent for a moment. Finally, he said dispassionately, The birth of the tribulations is a tribulation for your big clans, but also an opportunity for you. But at the same time, it's also an opportunity for the Diwu clan. It's not necessarily impossible for us to rise. Diwu Qingrou's voice was very heavy. Heroes emerge in troubled times. He spoke very frankly and clearly, not hiding his ambition at all. He knew that what Lan Mofeng needed now was his own ambition. If he had no ambition, then Lan Mofeng would turn around and leave. He wouldn't even say anything more to him. Lan Mofeng stared at him for a long while before he said, "Commander-in-Chief, thank you for your honesty. Now, I have a suggestion." Diwu Qingrou said gently, "Please speak. We can work together." Lan Mofeng took a deep breath. Commander-in-Chief is someone who can achieve great things, so I'll take a gamble. From today onwards, I'll hand over the fate of the Lan clan to you, Commander-in-Chief. We'll create great things together. If one day, Commander-in-Chief achieves meteoric success, I only ask that you give the Lan clan a place to establish its foundation so that my descendants can reproduce and live on. That will be enough." Diwu Qingrou fell silent. After a long while, he sighed softly. "I hope that I can strengthen the Diwu clan, and I also hope that I can bring glory to both our clans at the same time." Lan Mofeng stood up, his eyes shining with excitement. Thank you, Lord. Lord." Upon hearing this form of address, Diwu Qingrou's eyes shone brightly. He smiled gently and said, "Rest assured, Senior Lan, as long as I, Diwu Qingrou, am around, the Lan clan will not be wiped out." Yes, Lan Mofeng had thought it through very clearly before he came here. All kinds of ostracization and scheming previously, and the situation of being at the end of the road made him know that only by joining Diwu Qingrou now would he have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when the Yi clan and the Shao clan really made their move, then even Diwu Qingrou would have no choice but to go with the flow. As he watched Lan Mofeng walk out, Diwu Qingrou slowly sat down and put his face in the shadow of the light. "Chu Yang, the pressure you put on the big clans will make me successful," Diwu Qingrou said quietly in his heart. "Before you arrived, I've already done it. If you come, I'll gain even more." Third update, I beg for monthly votes. I beg for recommendation votes. RQ. Chapter 1425. There was no smugness on Diwu Qingrou's face. Instead, there was some heaviness. Smart kids remember network super fast hands. My current strength is still a far cry from Chu Yang's brother tribulation. With his hands behind his back, Diwu Qingrou paced slowly in the tent, thinking to himself, I still need to continue exerting pressure. Although Lan Mofeng is on my side for the time being, he was forced by the situation after all. Strictly speaking, it's not my own strength. It's just that it may be easy to divide and intimidate the remaining people, but it's almost impossible to subdue them. Diwu Qingrou pondered and paced. There was a burst of mist in the air. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the tent and stood quietly behind Diwu Qingrou. Diwu Qingrou's expression didn't change, as if he didn't notice. He was still pacing, but he asked softly, "May I ask why you helped me?" His tone seemed to have long noticed the arrival of the black shadow. It was very normal and calm, and he went straight to the point. There was absolutely no nonsense like "You're here?" A strange light flashed in the black shadow's eyes. He said solemnly, "You can detect my arrival?" Diwu Qingrou didn't speak. He just shook his head lightly. Just from this sentence, he deduced that this person's IQ wasn't very high. Because what he should be asking the most was, "How did you detect my arrival?" And not, "You can detect my arrival?" One was a simple question, and the other was a question with a purpose. The two sentences sounded similar, but in fact, they were very different. "The air has changed," Diwu Qingrou said lightly. "You're still hiding your strength, right?" The man in black said lightly, "With your age and experience, you can't reach such a high cultivation level. It's impossible to reach such a high level of cultivation. How did you do it?" Diwu Qingrou shook his head. "May I ask who asked you to help me?" With these two sentences, Diwu Qingrou knew that this man in black wasn't the leader. If the leader had such IQ, then Diwu Qingrou would rather give up the vested interest than cooperate with him. A wolf-like enemy was easy to deal with, but a pig-like ally was really deadly. A few days ago, when the man in black came to Diwu Qingru and proposed the assassination plan, Diwu Qingru was already puzzled. Today, the assassination plan had already worked. He finally asked the question in his heart. "There's always a reason for helping you," the black-robed man said dispassionately. "It's just a mere Lan Mafeng and the remaining forces of the Lan clan. I'm still too weak." Diwu Qingru nodded. "Someone wanted me to ask you, who are you waiting for?" the black-clothed man asked. Diwu Qingru indifferently said, "Since this person asked you to ask me who I am waiting for, then he already knows who I am waiting for." The man in black had the urge to scratch his head, but he held himself back. He asked the most important question, "Do you know their identity?" Diwu Qingru sneered, "If I had known, would I have done this?" The black-clothed man couldn't help but nod. Yes, if he really knew their identities, then the world would have long been at peace. "We are doing this for your Diwu family. You don't have to be wary of us." The man in black followed his instructions and said this sentence. Diwu Qingru insipidly said, "I have never doubted my allies, as long as he's not too mysterious." The black-clothed man was silent. There was a kind of anger brewing within him, but in the end, he didn't flare up. "Tomorrow, we'll stop the two from the Shao and Shi families. I'm here to inform you." Diwu Qingru nodded and said without any surprise, "Don't kill them." "Of course." The black-robed man laughed mischievously. Then, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. Diwu Qingru's posture didn't change. He stood quietly. After a long time, only then did he shake his head. There were countless questions in his mind, but he didn't say any of them out loud. But he only maintained an attitude of distrust at the very least, because the other party was too mysterious. For people like Diwu Qingru, mystery meant danger. Diwu Qingru would never tell his plans to people he didn't know the details of. "Don't be wary of you? How could that be possible? Who is the mastermind? What does he have to do with the Diwu family? Or is he using me? Why is he using me? If he's not using me, why is he helping me so much? What do I have to be used for? Could it be the law enforcement officers? Could it be the Li family? Or the people on Chu Yang's side are pretending to be mysterious? On the surface, this matter seems to benefit my Diwu family, but in the end, who will be the real beneficiary? Even if the Diwu family benefits, will there be any serious consequences?" These were all questions for Diwu Qingru, but now, he only buried them in his heart and didn't even mutter to himself. "I'd rather be a free man with no power than a puppet with great power." Diwu Qingru's eyes sharpened. "No matter who you are, no matter what your purpose is, I will find out sooner or later. You want to keep me, Diwu Qingru, in the dark? Who in this world can do that?" Darkness. A man in a black robe stood at the top of the mountain, looking at the thousands of miles of snow and ice in front of him, motionless. The sound of clothes fluttering in the wind was heard. A black shadow came like lightning. "How is it?" the man in the black robe asked. "He's very cautious and very careful, but a little too careful," the man in black said respectfully. "If he wasn't careful, the Diwu family would have been finished long ago." The man in the black robe frowned and sighed. After listening to the man in black recount the process of this trip, he said lightly, "Since he knows what to do, then cooperate with his plan. Although it was a little rushed, but we can't wait any longer." "Yes. Even if he has some reservations, it's because we are too mysterious. You don't have to worry about this." "Yes. I'll sit at the place we agreed on earlier and watch the overall situation. If there's nothing important, don't look for me," the man in the black robe said with his hands behind his back. "Yes. When I'm not here, you just have to listen to Diwu Qingru's command," the man in the black robe said. "Seeing him is like seeing me. Seeing him is like seeing me." This sentence was a little heavy. The man in black certainly knew what kind of monstrous power the man in front of him had. When he heard this sentence, he almost couldn't believe his own ears. The man in black sweated all over and bowed to the ground. "Yes, I'll follow your orders." The man in the black robe smiled sinisterly and floated up, disappearing into the night fog. The man in black slowly stood up, intuitively confused. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? What's so earth-shattering about this Diwu family? How is he worthy of the master's favor? Why can't I see it? Could it be he and the master have something?" Before he finished speaking, there was a whooshing sound from afar. He had already suffered a heavy slap on his face. A voice came directly into his ears from afar, extremely cold and harsh. "You're courting death." The man in black sweated profusely and fell to his knees. He kowtowed repeatedly. "Humph." After a cold snort, the man in black spat out a mouthful of blood as if his chest had been hit by a hammer. He fell to the ground, exhausted, but he was finally relieved. If there's one more time, self-destruct. Following this harsh reprimand, there were no other sounds in the world. The man in black kowtowed to the ground. Yes, he almost fainted. Self-destruct. If there was one more time, it would actually end up with his body and soul destroyed? In another place in this world, the mountains still stood tall, the snow still covered thousands of miles, and the land was still covered in snow. "Luer, how is it?" Wu Jueqing, dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his disciple dotingly. Wu Jueqing was extremely satisfied with this disciple of his. Her progress in cultivation and comprehension were really unparalleled in the world, especially in the cultivation of poison techniques. Her progress was even more rapid. Coupled with the help of those heaven-defying resources left behind by Chu Yang, she was already on the verge of breaking through to supreme martial artist in a short period of time. The fog around Chu Lu slowly retracted back into her petite body. After a moment of silence, she said, "Teacher, this poison technique of our sect, if it's not caused by secret poison techniques and techniques, our heavenly poison divine technique is more like an orthodox technique. When I cultivate it, I feel like I'm just and honorable." There was a smile in Wu Jueqing's eyes. "Oh." Confusion appeared on Chu Lu's tender face. Poison techniques, in the eyes of others, aren't elegant. Rather, they have a sinister feel to them. However, I can't quite understand why they're being used in such an open and above-board manner. Wu Jueqing chuckled. "Girl, it's normal for you to have such thoughts. This world has always been taught this way. It's understandable. However, to the true heavenly Tao of martial arts, this saying is wrong." Chu Lu asked, "Wrong? There's no good or evil in martial arts. There's good or evil in people." Wu Jueqing said dispassionately, "You must remember this. If there's anything you don't understand, if I'm not around in the future, just ask your big brother. Your big brother has an exceptionally deep understanding of this saying." Yes. Chu Lu's face lit up. As long as someone praised Chu Yang, Chu Lu would be happy. Of course, this saying is also relative. Wu Jueqing said, "I heard that the techniques of some alien races are very different from ours. Their techniques are different from ours. However, I've never seen them before. If you see them in the future, just kill them without mercy." Yes. Wu Jueqing looked into the void and said solemnly, "Let me ask you, why do you cultivate martial arts?" Chu Lu replied without hesitation, "This, I've heard Big Brother say before that cultivating martial arts and becoming strong is to protect the people and things one cares about, to protect one's bottom line, to protect one's own responsibility." Hypocrite. Wu Jueqing pursed his lips and said mercilessly, "Your big brother really disgusts me." Chu Lu pouted at once. "Teacher, your words are really unpleasant to hear. You have to apologize to me." Wu Jueqing said straightforwardly, "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing." Wu Jueqing's apology was very well practiced. It came out of his mouth instantly and flowed smoothly. Other than the lack of sincerity, there was really nothing wrong with it. One could guess that this wasn't the first time the poison doctor had apologized to his disciple like this along the way. RQ. Chapter 1426. Chu Lu snorted, fuming and not saying anything. "Smart kids remember network super fast hands," Wu Jueqing said. "Actually, the real purpose of becoming stronger in martial arts is to kill people, whether it's to protect, to plunder, or to achieve longevity. But there's a prerequisite. No matter what you do, you have to kill people. If you don't kill people, you will be killed. You say that you protect. Then, when someone wants to harm the thing you want to protect, or the person you want to protect, will you kill this person? If you don't kill him, he will come again next time. He may even destroy everything you protect. So you have to kill him. If someone obstructs you from achieving longevity, will you kill him? If you want to plunder someone else's things, will they give it to you obediently just because you say so? Therefore, killing people is the most important thing in martial arts practice. Practicing sabers, swords, and fists is all to kill people. And the reason we use poison is also to kill people. Wu Jueqing said, "Why can they do it openly, but we can't? We who use poison should be even more righteous than those who practice sabers, swords, fists, and kicks, more open and above board. Because, compared to us, they are the ones who only want to kill people. But if we use poison well, not only can we kill people, we can also save people. But can they use swords and sabers to save people?" Wu Jueqing said, "That's why we are the good guys. Lower, you have to remember this." Chu Lower said indignantly, "They use sabers, swords, fists, and feet to uphold justice. Of course they can save people." What is upholding justice? Wu Jueqing pursed his lips. If they want to save a person who is surrounded, then, if they don't kill the people who are attacking this person, can they save them? Can they uphold justice? Upholding justice also requires killing people. Chu Lu'er was a little confused at once. She felt that what her teacher said was all fallacious logic, but to refute it completely, she couldn't do it at all. If we use the same poison, someone will die. If we use the same poison, they will die. But some people will come back to life. Have you seen anyone who uses a saber to bring a dead person back to life? Wu Jueqing said mockingly. Chu Lu'er was stunned. This sentence was even more irrefutable. That's why we are the true righteous rulers. Wu Jueqing lectured him righteously. That's why our sky poison sect's mental cultivation technique is so profound. That's why he's so open and above board. Chu Lu'er said doubtfully, "I see." Wu Jueqing was greatly comforted. This northwest region is now the most dangerous place in the pugilistic world. Then you can go out and practice. Wu Jueqing said, "There are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. You can totally let loose and train as much as you want." All right. Chu Lu'er was eager to try, her eyes shining. "Stay here for the next 2 days and don't move. Try your best to break through. I'm going out for a while." Wu Jueqing said, "With Wan Renjia and the other two guarding you, there shouldn't be any problems." "Master, where are you going?" Chu Lu'er tilted her head and asked. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Wu Jueqing's thin face. "I can sense that an old friend seems to have come here as well, and he's even stirring up a storm here. No matter what, I need to go over and say hello." Chu Lu'er nodded as if she understood. "Master, come back earlier then." Wu Jueqing nodded slowly. Of course. On the other side, Wan Renjia and the other two were also practicing day and night. Ever since Wei Wuyan's death, the three of them seemed to have suddenly become silent. Practicing. It became the most important thing in their lives. If their cultivation wasn't high, how could they destroy the Chen clan and avenge Wei Wuyan? This was the consensus of the three of them. And this time, they followed the poison Dr. Wu Jueqing. Whether it was the art of poison or martial arts, this person was almost any in the world. He could be called a great grandmaster. With such a heaven-sent opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste if they didn't improve themselves properly? And Wu Jueqing didn't hide anything either. Although he was a little impatient with the three of them asking for advice, he still told them everything he knew. During this period of time, the three of them benefited a lot. The realm that they had just broken through was actually showing signs of breaking through again. Although it was because of the resources that Chu Yang left behind, this was after all the first time in their lives that the three of them cultivated at such a fast speed. So the three of them were pleasantly surprised. They cultivated even more diligently, wishing that they could use all their time to cultivate without eating, drinking, or sleeping. They were afraid that they would return to their original state after this period of time. Wu Jueqing instructed. Then, his black robe fluttered and he disappeared in a flash. No one knew where he went. Chu Yang and the others galloped on their horses and actually encountered very few obstacles. Only 30 to 40 people recognized that this person was the legendary extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang and wanted to do something. However, under the charge of a mid-grade supreme being, none of the waves could stop them for even a moment. Just like that, they smoothly crossed the Yi clan's territory. What worried Chu Yang was that Imo Qingwu suddenly became very sleepy after breaking through to the supreme martial artist level. She often nestled in Chu Yang's arms and slept for a day and a night. This made Chu Yang a little uneasy. Imo Tianji was even more anxious, as if his heart was on fire. Not to mention a supreme martial artist. Even a king level wouldn't be so sleepy. Both of them were apprehensive. They didn't know how many times they took Imo Qingwu's pulse, checked on her, and asked her questions. Imo Tianji even specially divined the heavenly secrets for his sister's sleep. But of course, they didn't get anything. The only thing that reassured them was that once Imo Qingwu woke up, she would immediately return to normal. Her sleep had no effect on her mind and cultivation. Until now, Imo Qingwu had already been half asleep for 7 or 8 days. Imo Tianji was so anxious that blisters formed on his mouth. He even had some doubts. Damn it, is it because of Chu Yang's embrace? Does this guy have a sleepy body that my sister can't help but want to sleep every time she's in his arms? Chu Yang was furious about this for a long time. Imo Tianji once wanted to carry his sister on his way, but was sternly rejected by Chu Yang. His words made Imo Tianji unable to breathe for 3 days. Get lost, you scoundrel. Only the heavens knew how Imo Tianji felt when he heard this. But from the way he was gnashing his teeth, it was to the point where he couldn't wait to chop Chu Yang into meat dumplings. This day, early morning, as the weather got colder and colder as they went north, Chu Yang had already wrapped Imo Qingwu in a thick mink coat. She was completely wrapped up. As the white snow drifted down, Chu Yang suddenly felt movement in his arms. The little girl was wriggling in his arms. She seemed to have woken up. He hurriedly lifted her up to take a look. The little girl's starry eyes were intoxicated. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were watery. It was the charming appearance of a sleepy begonia. Minister Chu instantly stared at her with lustful eyes. Chu Yang, it's very strange. Imo Qingwu blinked and rubbed her eyes. It's really strange. What's wrong? Minister Chu was a little scared when he asked this question. Could it be that she had that damn dream several times again? Oh my God, it's tormented me so many times that I'm about to break down. I was unconscious for a few days, and I suddenly felt that I had comprehended something. Imo Qingwu wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows and said, a complete cultivation technique automatically appeared in my mind. Moreover, once this cultivation technique appeared, it automatically replaced my original cultivation path. That's why I was unconscious for a few days. Huh? Chu Yang was stunned. There's such a thing in the world? It's absolutely true. Imo Qingwu was also a little surprised. Chu Yang, could it be that I also have some kind of strange bloodline? The bloodline has its own inheritance? Nonsense. Imo Tianji, who was at the side, was furious. Little girl, if you spout any more nonsense, I'll spank your butt until it becomes a triangular 8-petal. Imo Tianji couldn't help but be angry. If Imo Qingwu had some kind of strange bloodline, then what would his whole family become? Chu Yang was furious. He turned around and shouted, why are you so fierce? You weren't so fierce when Qingwu was bullied. Now you're bullying your own sister. Shut up. Other than exposing the truth, you don't have any other skills. Imo Tianji muttered in dissatisfaction, but he shut his mouth obediently. His face was full of black lines. Chu Yang had pointed out Imo Tianji's weakness. It was as if someone had caught Imo Tianji's pigtail. Even if Imo Tianji had heaven-defying wisdom, he had no choice but to withdraw from the fight when Chu Yang had said these words. This was the ultimate weapon to deal with Imo Tianji. Of course, Chu Yang wouldn't forget that whenever Imo Tianji made Chu Yang unhappy, he would say this sentence with great familiarity. Every time this happened, Imo Tianji's unchanging pretentious face would have an expression as if he had eaten feces. If Chu Yang saw this kind of expression, it would be the greatest pleasure in the world. Even the greatest depression would be blown away with the wind. Minister Chu's mentality of building his own happiness on Imo Tianji's pain was really indescribable. Imo Qingwu shrank her neck. Brother Chu Yang is still the best. Second brother is so annoying every day. Yes, yes. He's too annoying. Let's ignore him. Chu Yang hurriedly seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. Imo Qingwu giggled. Qingwu, compared to your original cultivation technique, which one is stronger? Chu Yang asked with concern. On the side, Imo Tianji stretched his ears with a black face. The current cultivation technique is very powerful, and much more powerful than the cultivation technique that my original master, Ning Tianya, taught me. Imo Qingwu said strangely, but where did this come from? On the side, Imo Tianji heaved a long sigh of relief and said, there are no disadvantages, right? For example, are there any serious consequences after practicing it? Second brother, you're really overthinking. Imo Qingwu said angrily, how can such a magical cultivation technique have such disadvantages? Imo Tianji smiled with relief. It's just my personality. I'm just casually asking. It's good that there's nothing wrong. Chu Yang also frowned and said, what's the name of this cultivation technique? Heavenly Dance. Imo Qingwu said, the introduction of this cultivation technique says that once you master it, you can move the heavens with a single dance. Heavenly Dance? Move the heavens with a single dance? Chu Yang's body shook. Thank you for your monthly votes. I will continue to write the third update. RQ. Chapter 1427. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang inexplicably thought of a poem. A smart child remembers the web, super fast hands type the new web. Light as a dream, the sea of blood and the mountain of bones dance enchantingly. 1,000 miles away with a sword, the Lord asks no questions. Life and death follow to the heavens. Wasn't the artistic conception of this poem equivalent to a dance that shook the heavens? Could it be Imo Qingwu slowly recited, Heavenly Dance, Dance of the Heavens? The first dance is a dance of the heavens and the earth. The second dance is the darkness of the heavens and the earth. The third dance is the coldness of the moon. The fourth dance moves the power of the universe. The fifth dance changes the vicissitudes of life in an instant. The dance moves the heavens. Heavenly Dance. A dance moves the heavens. Impressive. Chu Yang pondered. According to what Imo Qingwu said, the cultivation of this heavenly dance was an impressive martial art. But where did it come from? Anyway, it couldn't be some bloodline power. Since it existed, it must have a history. Wait, Chu Yang suddenly remembered something. That was when he, Imo Qingwu, and Zi Xiecheng were in Tianji City. When Zi Xiecheng met Imo Qingwu for the first time, she once said that Imo Qingwu's current cultivation technique was not compatible with her physique. If she went to a higher level plane, it would become a restriction. So, Zi Xiecheng once used a great magical power to directly enter Imo Qingwu's consciousness and imparted a set of cultivation techniques to Imo Qingwu. She said that when Imo Qingwu reached the supreme grade, the boundary between immortal and mortal, this set of cultivation techniques would automatically activate. Now, this set of cultivation techniques of Imo Qingwu could really be said to be automatically activated. Could this be the magical set of cultivation techniques that Zi Xiecheng imparted to Imo Qingwu? Chu Yang was a little confused. If it was really as this heavenly dance said, it was so magical and powerful, then why didn't Zi Xiecheng practice it herself? Chu Yang frowned and asked, Qingwu, with your current cultivation, which dance is it in the land of heavenly dance? Imo Qingwu pursed her lips and said, what dance? The first dance, the dance of heaven and earth. I haven't even started yet. My cultivation is not enough. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji were shocked at the same time. The two of them almost fell off the horse. Supreme grade, the peak of the boundary between immortal and mortal and mortal. In this heavenly continent, she could definitely be considered a top expert. With such cultivation, she couldn't even. The first dance? Insufficient cultivation? For a moment, the master of Calamity Sword and the master of Calculation and Manipulation felt dizzy. What kind of cultivation technique was this to have such terrifying power? But I can feel that this set of martial arts technique is very, very powerful. Imo Qingwu was very proud. She raised her small head and said, Chu Yang was even more puzzled. From many aspects, this was the technique that Zi Xiecheng had given to Imo Qingwu. And Zi Xiecheng's own cultivation technique was not as powerful as this set of cultivation technique. What was going on? However, what he did not know was that this heavenly dance technique was extremely powerful, and it was something that Zi Xiecheng had obtained by chance. And this technique had a strict condition, and that was that the cultivator had to be below the dividing soul tier in order to be able to cultivate it. Once one had reached the stage where they could divide their soul, cultivating this set of martial arts had become a fatal matter. The moment he moved, he would enter qi deviation. In the language of the Chongtian continent, the divided soul stage was the supreme grade soul stage. Below the dividing soul tier was the paragon tier. And once this boundary was reached, this set of martial arts technique would automatically activate. When Zi Xiecheng obtained this set of martial arts technique, she had already far surpassed the so-called dividing soul tier. Although she knew that this set of martial arts technique was suitable for women to cultivate, and it could be said to be the best technique in the world for female cultivators, it was useless for her. Once she saw that Imo Qingwu's physique was so heaven-defying, Zi Xiecheng was instantly delighted and gave it to her without hesitation. Imo Qingwu suddenly broke through to the supreme grade, and this set of martial arts technique immediately activated in her body. This was also the reason why Imo Qingwu had been in a coma these few days. Imo Qingwu had felt that something was wrong when she had set out. She didn't know what was wrong, but she still chose to rely on the embrace of the person she could rely on the most to seek shelter. Therefore, she had resolutely decided to ride with Chu Yang on the same horse. And she indeed slept in Chu Yang's arms for 8 days. She completed this earth-shattering transformation for her. These things, whether it was the current Chu Yang or Imo Qingwu, both of them did not know. But what was worth mentioning was that Imo Qingwu, from today onwards, really had the biggest asset to accompany Chu Yang in life and death. Light like floating in a dream, enchanting dancing in a sea of blood and mountains of bones. Don't ask a lord who wields a sword for 1,000 miles, following to the heavens in life and death. She would definitely dance in a sea of blood and mountains of bones, displaying Imo Qingwu's unique, enchanting beauty. She would definitely accompany the person she loved, traveling thousands of miles with her sword, in life and death, in heaven and on earth, in heaven and on earth. Chu Yang felt relieved and reminded her, "Qingwu, do you still remember the gift that Sister Zi Xiecheng gave you? That is a set of martial arts technique." Imo Qingwu suddenly remembered, and her eyes lit up. I remember now. This is a gift from Sister Zi. At that time, Sister Zi also said that when I reached the supreme grade, this set of martial arts technique would automatically activate. Her eyes were full of gratitude and longing. Sister Zi is really a good person. I really did not expect it to be such a powerful martial arts technique. At that time, I only felt her finger touching my forehead, and I felt as if there was something extra in my brain. So, then, full of longing, she said, "I really don't know where Sister Zi is now, and if she is doing well. If I can see her, I will definitely give her a kiss." Chu Yang laughed, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He said, "We will find her one day. Qingwu, you have to cultivate well, and not let down Sister Zi's expectations and efforts." "Yes, I like this set of martial arts technique very much. Especially the name Tianwu," Imo Qingwu said. "Mother said that a daughter will never dance for Imo Qingwu, but I am only willing to dance for you." Chu Yang's blood rushed to his head, and he forcibly suppressed it. He said, "I also like to watch you dance." Imo Qingwu pondered for a while, and nodded hesitantly. She said softly, "Chu Yang." Actually, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly hesitated. Chu Yang was a little puzzled. He asked, "What's wrong?" Imo Qingwu took a breath and said, "I cultivate mainly to be with you. I don't want to be a burden to you. You want to soar in the sky, and I will accompany you to dance in the heavens. If you choose to live in seclusion and become an ordinary person now, I would also rather disperse my cultivation. I will accompany you to tour the forest." Imo Qingwu said seriously. Chu Yang was startled. Beside him, Imo Tianji was also startled. Chu Yang only felt that all the blood in his body was rushing to the top of his head. With a voice that was close to moaning, he murmured, Qingwu, Qingwu, and hugged her tightly in his arms. At this moment, he didn't want to say anything, and he didn't know what to say. But any words would be unnecessary. Emo Qingwu leaned quietly in his arms, feeling his thumping heartbeat. A smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, Chuyang, Sister Z also likes you very much, right? Chu Yang's body couldn't help but stiffen. Emo Qingwu looked up. You also like Sister Z, right? Chu Yang's eyes showed a perplexed look, but his arms that were hugging Emo Qingwu tightened. Emo Qingwu's eyes showed a hint of a smile, and then she buried her little head in Chu Yang's arms again. The horse galloped, and the cold wind was like a knife. Chu Yang's hair flew messily and danced in the air. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something important. Emo Qingwu waited quietly. Chu Yang thought for a long time. Finally, he said bitterly, Qingwu, there are some things that you have the most right to know. But I haven't told you all this time. Now is not the right time. When I'm free, I'll tell you in detail. Emo Qingwu blinked and thought for a long time before she said, Okay, I'll wait for Big Brother Chu Yang to give me an explanation. Explanation? Chu Yang's heart twitched again. Emo Qingwu sat in front of him, watching the road ahead quickly disappear behind them. Her beautiful hair kept fluttering on Chu Yang's face. It was soft, as if there were wisps of tenderness. Again and again, it wrapped Chu Yang within it. Chu Yang, in 3 months, I'll be 15. Emo Qingwu thought of something, and her little face suddenly blushed like rosy clouds. Her voice also became much softer. 15. Chu Yang coughed twice. What's wrong with being 15? Emo Qingwu twisted her body in dissatisfaction. Chu Yang only felt like a huge loach wrapped in soft silk, twisting a few times on his body. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a vixen! Although Emo Qingwu was a little shy, her voice became softer and her face redder. I heard second brother say, my neighbor area is only half a year older than me. She's already a month old now. Chu Yang suddenly understood. Could it be that this little girl was thinking of love? He couldn't help but smile strangely. He leaned close to the little girl's almost transparent little ear and whispered, Yes, she's half a year older than you. She's already a month old. She has such strong teeth. Emo Qingwu snorted twice and said softly, Chu Yang, I want. Chu Yang's heart itched unbearably. He said, You want a baby too? Emo Qingwu's face instantly turned red to her neck. Her little hand pinched his waist powerlessly. She panted and said, Bad guy. Big bad guy. Chu Yang laughed loudly. He turned his head and met Emo Tianji's eyes that were like knives looking at him angrily. This look was as if he knew that he had a treasure that was about to be snatched away by others, but he couldn't do anything about it. Chu Yang bared his teeth and shouted, What were you doing when Xiaowu was being bullied? Why are you baring your teeth and glaring at her now? Emo Tianji's face stiffened. He said with inexplicable grief and indignation, I say, Big brother, can you not keep mentioning when Xiaowu was being bullied? I'm really speechless. Chu Yang sneered and looked at him complacently. He thought in his heart, if I don't mention this matter to suppress you at all times, who knows how many obstacles you'll set up in the matter between Xiaowu and me. Chapter 1428. Emo Tianji's horse felt the pain and immediately sped up, rushing out like a gust of wind. Emo Tianji, who had always been cautious, actually rushed to the front of the group. This made Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who had been leading the way, widen their eyes in confusion. Smart kids remember network super fast hands. The vanguard had always been the two of us. Why was Emo Tianji joining in the fun today? The two of them had been rushing at the front against the wind and didn't hear what was said behind them. Are you sick? Dong Wushang asked in confusion. What's wrong with you today? Get lost. Emo Tianji was full of frustration. With a roar, he passed them and left them in the dust. Dong Wushang scratched his head in confusion and asked Gu Duxing, was it Emo Tianji or GMO who passed by just now? He was like a firecracker. Gu Duxing couldn't help but laugh. Slow down. Chu Yang raised his voice and shouted, The snow mountain is up ahead. Don't get caught by the monkeys. Amidst the laughter, they finally reached the snow mountain. A gust of cold wind hit them in the face. Imo Qingwu had obviously never seen such a strange scene. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and take a closer look. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How strange! There's actually such a strange scene in this world." The two mountains in front of them were connected. There was only less than 4 to 5 miles of open space between them, forming a canyon. The peak of the mountain in the north was covered in snow, which hadn't melted for many years. One look at it, and one would feel cold. Snowflakes were still falling from the sky. On the other hand, the mountain on the other side was a row of late autumn scenery. The trees were yellow. Snow fell from time to time. In the sky, the north was covered with dark clouds and heavy snow, while the south was clear and boundless, with the autumn wind whistling. It was as if an almighty had cut the world in half here with a saber, separating autumn and winter. It should be because of the terrain. Chu Yang pointed at the towering peaks around them and smiled slightly. Imo Qingwu looked around and suddenly realized. I see. As they spoke, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were already riding side by side, rushing into the narrow path of the snow mountain. To these two, they really weren't worried about any ambush here. One saber and one sword. Two supreme martial artists who had surpassed the boundary between immortal and mortal. Even if they were to go up against a high-grade supreme martial artist, they would still be able to put up a fight. Ordinary ambushes were nothing more than food to them. Therefore, these two idiots were just blindly moving forward with their eyes closed. Mo Tianji had already retreated. He arrived at the back of the group and walked side by side with GMO and Luoku Di. Although Mo Qingwu had recovered, she still didn't come down. She leaned in Chu Yang's arms all the way and was extremely comfortable. When she was tired, she would change her position. When she was sleepy, she would sleep for a while. When she felt like talking, she would talk. When she didn't feel like talking, she would hug Chu Yang and think for a while. To Mo Qingwu, this journey was simply a blissful one. As for Mo Tianji's sighs about, girls need to be reserved and the like, Mo Qingwu simply ignored him. They walked all the way until they reached the mountainside of the snowy mountain. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and a huge sign was erected diagonally on the road. Buying horses. Seeing this card, Ao Xieyun, who had always been greedy and stingy, was full of admiration. He clicked his tongue and praised, "You really make me admire you from the bottom of my butt. How astute is your brain? How precise are your calculations? What a sharp eye. How truly talented." No wonder Ao Xieyun was so emotional. All the way here, it was all wide roads. Only here, it suddenly became steep. Horses couldn't be ridden at all. They could only be disposed of here. And this person had set up such a horse-buying business here. It was practically a huge profit. No matter who it was, even if you were a deity, as long as you rode a horse here, you would have to give it up. And you only needed to pay a very small price to be able to buy a good horse. Moreover, as long as it was a horse that could be ridden all the way here, none of them were ordinary. After this person bought them, he would rush down the mountain and resell them, and he would make a profit of 100 times. This person's business acumen was evident. Yeah. Following a strange cry of surprise, a strange and surprising short and fat man appeared. Chu Yang and the others were stunned when they saw him. This short and fat man definitely lived up to his name. His height was no more than 1 meter, but his weight was definitely more than 250 pounds. His forelimbs were definitely of the same length. His 2 legs were thick and round, and his thighs and calves were as thick as his thighs. It was as if the upper half of a 100-year-old tree had been sawed off, leaving only a short tree stump. His big, square head was firmly pressed against a round, short neck that was even thicker than his head. Below his shoulders, from his shoulders to his lower abdomen, it was definitely a square shape. This person's appearance was extremely unique. It was as if a huge square was propped up on 2 thick and short bars, and a huge ball was placed on top of the huge square. On top of the huge ball, there was another square that was neither big nor small. His 2 eyes were perfectly round like glass balls, and his 2 eyebrows were like 2 shoe brushes, straight and horizontal. His nose was also square, but he had a small, cherry-like mouth that didn't even exist for women. If one were to say that this person was a person, it would be quite a stretch. When Chu Yang and the others saw this, they couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the Creator. It wasn't strange that the heavens could create handsome men and beautiful women, but to be able to create such a person, it was indeed the work of the gods, and they had put in a lot of effort. Ah, dear guests, you have to go over the snowy mountains. Ah, 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 ah. Such a steep mountain path is not easy to walk on. Ah, 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 ah. You can't ride a horse. Ah, 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 ah. All of you are riding a horse. Ah, what a pity. Following a series of smooth pleasantries, the short and fat man rubbed his hands and ran over with a face full of smiles, like a toad sitting on a sleigh. He nodded and bowed. Dear heroes, may I know about these few horses? What plans do you have? Ha ha ha, why don't you sell them to me? Not only was this guy's appearance unique, his voice was also extremely unique. It was actually a pure and unpolluted male duck's voice. The moment he opened his mouth, it was as if a weasel had suddenly been thrown into a nest of 1,000 ducks. Furthermore, not only was his voice unique, but his voice was also unique. His speech was even more unique. This series of made people feel even more dizzy. The brothers couldn't help but look up, wanting to see if a flock of old crows had just flown past. Regarding the bargaining, Ao Sheyun was naturally in charge. Duke Xie rolled his electric eyes and walked forward suavely. There's a boss here, buying horses? Good brain, good brain, The series of ahs made Chu Yang and the others hold their bellies and laugh. GMO and the others held their bellies and laughed so hard that even tears came out of their eyes. That boss was a catchphrase that he had developed over the years. But Ao Sheyun was deliberately playing a prank. It was just that this prank was really a little too funny. The short and fat man was very well-mannered. He rubbed his hands and laughed. This Duke is really humorous. This is a catchphrase that I've developed over the years. Even though I know that it's a bad habit, I haven't changed it. I've made a fool of myself in front of you heroes. GMO said seriously, it's okay. We won't make a fool of ourselves. Your appearance at most surprised us a little. The short and fat man pouted his cherry lips and actually winked at GMO. You're joking, Duke? There was a thud. GMO was thrown off the horse by this flirtatious look. He trembled all over. Oh my God, you scared me. Emo Qingwu held her belly, laughing so hard that she almost burrowed into Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He felt that something was wrong. When he saw this short and fat man, he suddenly thought of Tan strangely. Upon closer inspection, this short and fat man's forehead was a little dark red, as if someone had beaten him up. However, if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see it at all. But this dark red was enough to hide something. This discovery, it made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat. Could this short and fat man be from the 3 Stars Divine Clan? However, to be able to hide his aura so perfectly that no one could see through it, he shouldn't be a simple person, coupled with this comical figure and appearance. Speaking with a comical voice. To outsiders, he looked like a clown who laughed and did everything. However, in Chu Yang's preconceived view, this was a flawless cover. This abnormality was something that even the extremely meticulous Mo Tianji couldn't see through, but Chu Yang could. It was because he was really too familiar with his own junior martial brother, and even saw every bit of Tan's changes before and after. It was only because he remembered it in his heart that he realized this. He still couldn't be sure. Ao Sheyun was speaking over there. What price are you going to pay to buy these few horses of ours? The short and fat man bowed with his hands clasped in front of his chest. His face suddenly turned bitter. Heroes, I'm also forced by life. I need to find a way to survive. Heroes are all rich and overbearing. Why don't you just deal with it for me? As he spoke, he was about to wipe away his tears. Life has been very difficult. Right at this moment, Chu Yang stepped forward and asked, You're buying horses here, but people still beat you up. According to the previous arrangement, Chu Yang wouldn't speak. However, not only did he speak now, he even said something that was strangely off-topic. Ao Sheyun was a little puzzled. I'm supposed to be in charge. Why did boss suddenly step forward? However, even though it was strange, He also knew that Chu Yang must have his reasons for suddenly interrupting. Thus, he took a step back and kept silent. The moment Chu Yang opened his mouth, Imo Tianji's ears suddenly perked up. Then, he turned around. His gaze seemed warm, but deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of light. Intentionally or unintentionally, he moved 2 steps and blocked Imo Qingwu's side. The short and fat man was obviously a little puzzled. Why does this hero say that? Chu Yang smiled and raised his hand to point at her. Then who gave you that injury on your forehead? A strange look flashed across the pudgy man's eyes, and he said, so this hero is asking about this. Actually, it's not that. When I sleep at night, I like to sleep on my stomach, and I accidentally got stung by something. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then, what's the matter? Our monthly votes today are the last among the top 8. RQ. Chapter 1429. The short fatty smiled embarrassedly. He opened his cherry mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "It's like this. I'm a money grubber. I put the money beside my pillow. I went up when I fell asleep." Chu Yang smiled in his heart. Smart kids remember network's super fast hands. This guy obviously didn't know what he was pressed on when he was talking, but he reacted quickly. His reaction was really fast. He waved his hand and said, "As a reward for being pressed on by the money, I don't want a single cent of silver for these 10 horses. They're all yours." As he said that, he signaled Ao Xieyun to send the horses over. Ao Xieyun was stunned. What's wrong with boss? How can he do such a losing deal? Mo Tianji said in a low voice. Why aren't you sending them over? Ao Xieyun answered in a muddle-headed manner. Then, he led his horse and walked over in a perplexed manner. The few horses followed behind him obediently. The short fatty was also stunned. He had been doing business here for so many years, but he had never encountered such a situation. He didn't even have to bargain. He was giving them away for free. This was simply unbelievable. He laughed dryly and said, "Hero, how? How can I accept this?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a few horses. It's worth it to be friends." The short fatty was full of smiles. "Hero, you're really a good person." Chu Yang laughed and took 2 steps back. He said, "We wish you a fortune. We'll take our leave." The short fatty said, "Then, I won't see you off." Chu Yang turned around and held Mo Qingwu's hand. They walked up the mountain. The brothers followed behind in confusion. The short fatty was relieved when he saw that Chu Yang had really left. Just as he was about to turn around, Chu Yang suddenly turned around and asked hurriedly, "How many days has it been since the Saint King went back?" "More than 2 months." The short fatty subconsciously opened his mouth to answer. After saying 3 words, he was suddenly tongue-tied. He was dumbfounded. Who was this young man? How did he know the biggest secret of the 3 Stars Divine Clan? "Oh, it's already been more than 2 months." Chu Yang nodded in understanding and heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from the time, it seemed that after Tan had concluded the matter with the Long Clan, he did not stop at all. He had rushed back to the 3 Stars Divine Clan's headquarters without stopping. "This bastard is quite tactful," Chu Yang said to himself with relief. The short and fat man suddenly became nervous. He looked at Chu Yang, and an ominous glint slowly appeared in his eyes. He asked in a stern voice, "Who are you?" This person actually knew the greatest secret of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. If he was allowed to live, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Saint King. At this moment, the short and fat man already had the thought of killing him to silence him. Chu Yang looked at him with interest. "Who are you?" The short and fat man's eyes shot out a fierce, murderous aura. The comical look from before had long disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a steady and solemn expression. When he stood there, Chu Yang and the others had a feeling at the same time. He is extremely steady. His body had become one with the vast sky, earth, and snow mountains. No one could separate them, and no one could defeat them. But at the same time, she felt that he was extremely agile. It was as unfathomable as the snowflakes dancing in the air. An expert. Furthermore, he was a supreme martial artist. A high-level supreme martial artist. A wave of pressure that seemed to have materialized suddenly rolled up from the ground. As if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, it came crashing down on Chu Yang and the others. Shock flashed across the eyes of the 11 people at the same time. Almost simultaneously, they raised their highest cultivation. Xie Danxiong's eyes became deep. His hands were quietly tucked into his sleeves. As long as he willed it, the viburnum flowers would bloom under this sky full of snow. When the first feeling appeared, Xie Danxiong immediately decided to use the viburnum flowers. And this attack would definitely be at full strength. A strong opponent, Mo Lei moved slowly, approaching Mo Qinggu. With Mo Tianji on the left and right, Mo Lei's body was also moving, slowly turning into nothingness. GMO and Luo Kidi pressed their right hands on the hilts of their swords at the same time. Ao Sheyun's body suddenly leaned back slightly. He leaned back less than a finger's distance, but it brought with it a sharp sound of the wind. His hands were suddenly raised to his waist. In an instant, a golden dragon-like luster had already appeared on his hands. Rue Budong's face flushed red, but then it disappeared. His eyes flashed with a faint flame. His right foot moved forward slightly, and his left foot tiptoed lightly. This was the precursor to a rapid charge. As long as they started to attack, Rue Butong would rush forward at the fastest speed, using his own life to create opportunities for his brothers. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang stood still, but their eyes were shining at the same time. Saber light was faintly circling, and sword intent was surging secretly. Both of them were ready to attack. At this moment, everyone was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. No one could tell the level of this short and fat man's cultivation, but for some reason, the aura he emitted actually made everyone feel more pressured than that of Xiao Qinlei, who was a low-level supreme martial artist back then. And when Xiao Qinlei attacked back then, everyone's cultivation wasn't as high as it was now. In that case, didn't this short and fat man have reached the level of Moonbreeze? In fact, this realization made everyone's hands clench in cold sweat. This extremely comical, extremely stupid, old, ugly, and greedy ugly guy was actually such a great expert? Looking at everyone's expressions, a hint of contempt flashed across the short and fat man's lips. He just stared at Chu Yang and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Chu Yang was also secretly shocked. Even he himself didn't expect this person to be such a terrifying character. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly remembered Zi Sheching's comment on Moonbreeze. In this heavenly continent, among those who have fought with me, the two of you can be ranked in the top 10. After that incident, Chu Yang had specially asked Zi Sheching about this question. Who were the other 8 people? Because Chu Yang knew that before that, Zi Sheching had never fought with Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, nor with the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing. In other words, in the heavenly continent, Zi Sheching had never come into contact with the top few people on the surface, but Moonbreeze could still only be ranked in the top 10. That meant that there was at least another expert hidden in this heavenly continent. Naturally, Zi Sheching told Chu Yang everything that she knew. And the person Zi Sheching mentioned was very similar to this short and fat man in front of him. 20,000 years ago, someone needed the black blood rose of the black blood forest and barged into the black blood forest alone. There were tens of thousands of experts in the black blood forest. They couldn't be stopped. I was curious and taught him a lesson. This person was quite tall and had a star symbol on his forehead. I didn't think of it then. Now that I think about it, he should be from the 3 Stars Divine Clan. After exchanging 15 moves with him, I slapped him on the head and turned his 8 feet tall body into 4 feet. I even tapped on the star on his forehead with my finger. I left him with a memory that he would never be able to get rid of or recover from for the rest of his life. As long as I don't do it personally, his height and forehead will never recover. I didn't want to do this at first, but his name gave me the urge to cripple him. His surname is Gu, and his name is Igu. Guigu. Since his name is Guigu, he's called Guigu. Then I'll really make him bulge. He's always too skinny. How can he be called Igu? But this person's skills are very high. If Moonbreeze and Moonbreeze join forces, they shouldn't be a match for him. This was the information Zi Sheching told Chu Yang about a person back then. It was also her original words. At that time, Chu Yang laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. How could there be such a strange name and such a strange person in this world? And in the end, Zisheching even gave him such a strange injury. Zisheching even said, I took pity on him for having such a high level of cultivation, so I didn't take his life. After severely injuring him, I ordered him to give me 3 heavenly treasures and then gave him the black blood rose. 3 months later, before he recovered from his injury, he gave me the 3 heavenly treasures. Yes, it's among the ones I gave you. Although I changed his body shape, I didn't damage his cultivation. If you meet him in the future, you must be careful. But I reckon that after suffering such a huge blow, he may not continue to roam the martial world with such a high profile. The chances of you meeting him aren't very high. Just be careful. While Chu Yang was thinking about this, the short and fat man opposite him was already rather impatient. He said in a shrill voice, Junior, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame your bad luck. When you go to hell, you must remember that trouble comes from the mouth. Don't speak carelessly in your next life. With a move, he was about to strike. Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly let out a strange laugh. He asked, You are Igu? The short and fat man's body, which was like a wooden stake, suddenly landed back on the ground. His round eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Chu Yang. His current appearance was even more in line with his name, Igu. Who are you? The short and fat man was obviously that Gu Igu. He had already asked, Who are you, 3 times today. Each time, his tone was heavier than the last. This last time, it even brought out a strong sense of surprise. He had been in this heavenly continent for tens of thousands of years, but this was the first time someone called out his name like this, and this person was an outrageously young one. Chu Yang smiled. Do you still remember the people from the Black Blood Forest? Gu Igu let out a startled cry as if he had seen a ghost. He retreated 5 steps like a whirlwind, his eyes bulging even more. He stuttered, You. He. Who are you to him? As he spoke, he actually looked left and right, as if worried that that mysterious person from back then would come out and beat him up again. He remembered what happened back then very clearly. Even though 20,000 years had passed, he could still dream of every single detail back then. That was really a nightmare. Just thinking about it made him shudder. I'm your Divine King's senior brother. Has he told you before? Chu Yang smiled. All the brothers were very nervous, but Chu Yang wasn't nervous at all, because he had absolute confidence that this person wouldn't attack him. Even without Zisheching's connection, he wouldn't either. If Tantan didn't explain this clearly, then he really wouldn't be the Tantan that Chu Yang knew. You are Chu Yang? Divine King Chu? Opposite him, Gu Igu's expression relaxed at once. Tantan had indeed told him before. When the previous chapter had just been published, many people were already discussing it. Looks like this battle in the Northwest is unusual. The 3 Stars Divine Clan is going to take part in it, plus the dragons, phoenixes, spirits, and so on. But there were still many people who didn't see anything and were scolding. Why did this unknown short and fat man suddenly appear at this time? I don't know what to say anymore. It's just as Uncle Binshan said, we all read books, so why is there such a huge difference in our comprehension skills? Gee. To be continued. Chapter 1430. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and nodded. There was an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart. Not only did Tan Tan mention himself, he even added the title of Saint King to himself. Minister Chu felt rather gratified. After all, this junior brother of his would not disappoint him. Looking at Gu Igu's aura that had eased up in an instant, Chu Yang also felt completely at ease. As the king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan, it could be said that Tan Tan hadn't lost the slightest bit of his power, prestige, and authority in the clan. As expected of my junior brother, Chu Yang was rather proud of himself. Saint King Chu. Gu Igu was rather embarrassed. He scratched his squarish head and said, His Majesty had once instructed that Saint King Chu's status is noble and noble. You are the person whom His Majesty values the most in his life. If anyone from the Divine Clan sees you, it will be the same as seeing His Majesty. If Saint King Chu comes, I must receive him well and report his whereabouts to the higher-ups immediately. I didn't expect to still offend Saint King Chu when we meet face to face today. Chu Yang nodded and said with an amicable smile, "It's all right. Elder Gu is too polite." Tantan had indeed done a lot for him. Chu Yang was feeling rather comforted. However, following that, a strange feeling arose in Chu Yang's heart. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but why did the title of Saint King Chu sound more and more strange now? It was fine that Tantan was called Saint King, but why did this title sound so strange to him? Chu Yang thought for a long time before he finally recalled it. In that instant, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Saint King Chu? King of beasts? Chu Yang had an urge to vomit blood. Saint King Chu? Gu was rather puzzled. Why did this fellow's expression turn so ugly in an instant? He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Chu Yang suppressed the urge to rush to the 3 Stars Divine Clan right away and chop Tan into pieces. He heaved a heavy sigh of relief. After the two of them exchanged a few words, the hostile atmosphere on both sides eased at once. Other than Gu, everyone else, including Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, heaved a long sigh of relief. Everyone felt as if a year had passed during this short confrontation. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were sweating profusely as soon as they let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't stop it. There was a feeling of exhaustion in his entire body. The two of them had the strongest battle prowess, but they were also under the greatest pressure. He was still able to maintain his combat state, but his mind had relaxed. However, it was no different from a great battle. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other. Both of them were shocked. After learning that he wasn't an outsider, Gu's countenance improved considerably. He even became friendly. "Holy King Chu, why don't you and your friend come in and have a seat? This old man has something to ask." Of course, Holy King Chu must also have something to instruct. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I couldn't ask for more." Gu let out a hearty laugh and greeted his guest solemnly. Chu Yang, Emotianji, and the others followed Gu over. Behind a large boulder was a large courtyard. It was empty inside. Gu smiled apologetically and went to brew tea. GMO asked in surprise, "This? Elder Gu, there aren't many servants here to serve you?" Everyone was surprised. For someone like Gu to be doing business here, was he actually a commander without an army? Did he even have to personally brew tea? Gu smiled and said, "Of course. Let alone a few, there isn't even one. This old man's identity is sensitive. With one more person, there's an additional risk of my identity being exposed. How would I dare to take the risk?" Emotianji couldn't help but praise him. Elder's cautiousness is extremely admirable. Emotianji was speaking from the bottom of his heart. When one was very weak, no one would say anything if one acted cautiously. They would only feel that it was right. However, when one was at the level of Gu, one of the few experts in the world, it was rare for someone like him to be so cautious. Because in this world, the number of people who could hurt Gu could already be counted on one's fingers. However, Gu was still so cautious. This made Emotianji feel that it was rare and commendable. Gu smiled. The older one is in the martial world, the more cowardly one becomes. Besides, I'm the only one from the Divine Clan outside. I can be said to be the pivot of all connections. If something were to happen to me, what would happen to the Divine Clan? He let out a wry laugh. Besides, in your eyes, my cultivation can be said to be pretty high. However, on this continent, there are still people who can easily crush me to death with just a finger. How would this old man dare to be careless? The brothers were dumbfounded. With your peak second-level supreme martial artist cultivation, there's actually someone who can. At once, they felt that this was practically a legend. With a wry laugh, Gu pointed at Chu Yang. He knows that person. At once, several pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang let out a dry cough, secretly chuckling. He knew that he was talking about Zi Xiecheng but didn't expose him. He said, "There is indeed such a person." Gu Duxing and the others revealed astonished looks in their eyes. Among the brothers, only Dong Wushang, Emo Lei and Rue Butong weren't surprised by Emo Qingguo. This was because they had already met Zi Xiecheng a long time ago and also understood Zi Xiecheng's capabilities. They naturally knew that what Guigu was saying now was definitely the truth. The tea was already brewed. Guigu was evidently also a lazy fellow. Instead of using a teapot, he gave each of them a large teacup that could hold half a liter of water. Inside each cup, half a cup of tea was brewed. Divine King Chu, I have something to ask of you. Guigu picked up his teacup. Cough, cough. Elder Gu, you can call me Chu Yang or Brother Chu. Either is fine. Please don't call me Divine King Chu. I feel awkward. Chu Yang hurriedly declined. What's awkward about that? Guigu was surprised. This name was the most honorable form of address. Suddenly, pfft, ha 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 ha. GMO spat out a mouthful of tea onto Luokidi's face. Then, he clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Evidently, this fellow had already figured out the profoundness behind this name. Fuck. Caught off guard, Luokidi was instantly hit. With the fragrance of tea all over his face, he stood up and wiped his face in a flurry, wishing he could drag GMO out and give him a good beating. All the brothers looked at GMO in bewilderment. They didn't understand why this fellow would suddenly erupt like this. Chu Yang looked at GMO with a gaze that could kill. In a very dangerous tone, he asked, "What are you doing?" "I didn't hear anything." Upon coming into contact with Chu Yang's gaze that could crush a person into pieces, GMO immediately raised his hands in surrender. However, he really couldn't hold back his laughter. Clutching his stomach again, he twitched on the chair. Then, as if something had occurred to him, Emo Tianji suddenly choked on his tea and started coughing repeatedly. Before he could say anything, Chu Yang's murderous gaze turned towards him again. Emo Tianji choked a few times and finally managed to hold it in. Holding back his anger, Chu Yang turned around. Gritting his teeth, he asked amicably, "Elder Gu, what do you want to ask me?" Guigu blinked a few times and asked, "Back then, that lord, is he still?" Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, he's still fine now." Guigu heaved a long sigh of relief and said repeatedly, "That's good, that's good." Then, he asked carefully, "Brother Chu, you and him?" Chu Yang smiled lightly. "Thanks to that lord's kindness, we can talk as peers." Talk as peers? Guigu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chu Yang nodded calmly and reservedly. He casually took out Zi Xieching's token and placed it on the table. Activating it with his inner energy, an overwhelming pressure appeared at once. As if sensing that there was still an expert here, this overwhelming pressure actually rushed straight toward Guigu. Guigu let out a startled cry and leaned backward. With a loud smack, the sturdy ancient pine chair was smashed into pieces by his buttocks. With a thud, his buttocks landed solidly on the ground, creating a huge square pit. He said frantically, "Quick, quick, put it away." It could be said that once bitten, twice shy, this Guigu would be afraid of ropes. The lesson back then was etched deeply in his heart. It also made him truly understand that even if he cultivated for another 100,000 years, he would definitely not be that person's match. At the sight of Zi Xieching's token now, all his doubts were dispelled at once, and he became fearful and fearful. With a smile, Chu Yang kept the token. The reason why he didn't tell the truth and kept it a secret, the reason why he took out the token, was to achieve this effect. If this Guigu knew that Zi Xieching was no longer in this world, no one could guess how he would react. Chu Yang didn't dare to take that risk. After all, if this person really turned against them mercilessly, how many of the 11 of them would be able to survive was still an unknown. Why don't we do it this way? Everything will be settled with a shock. After this Guigu saw this token, even if he had the guts of the heavens, he would definitely not dare to be impudent again. "Yes, it's fine now." Chu Yang kept the token and asked rather curiously, "How did Elder Gu get acquainted with that big brother of mine?" With this question, the expression on Guigu's face immediately looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. After a long while, he finally said desolately, "It's embarrassing to talk about this." He thought to himself whether it was embarrassing or not. In any case, with this relationship, they would find out sooner or later. If he kept it a secret now, he would instead appear petty. With a wry smile, he said, "Back then, I was entrusted by a few elders. Several elders exhausted their life force to help me break through the seal and come to the human world from the 3 stars divine clan's imprisonment. After several thousand years of cultivation, I was already an expert of the current age. I roamed the martial world and was almost invincible in the world. I became more and more conceited and complacent. Finally, one day, I fought with a law enforcement high priest and was inflicted with the heartless soul-destroying palm. This injury could only be treated by the black blood rose. Thus, I immediately went deep into the black blood forest to look for the black blood rose. As he recounted, the past slowly unfolded before Chu Yang. Chu Yang's gaze was rather dazed, as if he could see Zixueqing's white robes fluttering in the wind again. He couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. RV. Chapter 1431. Back then, when I entered the Black Blood Forest, I went on a rampage all the way. As long as someone tried to stop me, I'd send them flying with a slap. Recalling that feeling, apart from being majestic and murderous, now that I think about it, I also feel a little silly and disgusted like a nouveau riche, Guigu sighed. Smart kids remember the world. Super fast hands. Chu Yang and the others muttered inwardly. That was indeed the case. You're indeed a nouveau riche. But I only wanted the black blood rose, and the black blood rose was fearful of blood, so I didn't go on a killing spree. But unexpectedly, it was because of this that I managed to keep my life. Going 3,700 miles into the black blood forest, the journey was very smooth. I finally saw the black blood rose that I needed. I was about to go forward and pick it when I suddenly heard a voice say to me, "You want this?" Although Guigu tried his best to make his voice sound deep and steady, it still sounded like a male duck's voice. This story was told very easily, but it made Chu Yang and the rest of the audience extremely hard to listen to. It wasn't that they couldn't understand, but this voice really made them feel as if they were poisoned. Back then, I was invincible all the way and was very complacent. When I heard the question, I said in a very firm tone, "I want whatever I want." "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" And it was this sentence that made me sink into a bottomless abyss. I just finished speaking when I suddenly received a slap for no reason and was sent flying 700 to 800 feet away. I was suddenly attacked from all sides and flew into a rage. I turned around and attacked, but I suffered the greatest pain in my life and suffered the worst defeat of my life. Just a short 15 moves. I only attacked for the first 5 moves. After that, I kept on defending and didn't have any chance to attack. Moreover, I couldn't even defend myself. At that time, I felt like I was being beaten back and forth like a sandbag. At that time, I really couldn't believe that there was actually such an expert in this world. That person who attacked me said as he hit me, "The black blood forest is mine." Do you think I have a problem with that? You came to steal from me and actually asked if I have a problem with that. Let me tell you now, as long as you don't die after being beaten up by me, I have no problem with that. As he spoke, my face was slapped hundreds of times in a row. As Guigu spoke, Chu Yang secretly laughed. This was indeed Zixueqing's style. He didn't know why that big sister was so passionate about slapping people. He listened to Guigu's recount. Minister Chu felt that his face was also hurting. He couldn't help but touch his face. With a tragic look on his face, Guigu said, "Just as I was about to be beaten to death, I couldn't care less about my pride and roared, 'I haven't killed anyone in the black blood forest.' It was because of this that the slaps stopped." Then the person said, "You didn't kill anyone? Let me ask." Then, he sent out some kind of message. A short while later, he suddenly gave me another slap on the face and said, "You can't hurt anyone even if you want to." Guigu said to Chu Yang in infinite misery, "This big brother of yours is too domineering." Guigu didn't know that Zixueqing was a woman, so Chu Yang naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. It was only after hearing his words that they were shocked. Chu Yang couldn't help but be speechless. Domineering? Holy shit. You haven't even seen her when she's really domineering. Then, he gave me a slap on the head. I felt my cervical vertebrae suddenly shorten infinitely, my neck thickening infinitely, and then my spine shortening infinitely. My spine shortened infinitely. My legs also shrunk by half. In the end, I felt that even my head had been rubbed twice. When I touched it with my hands, it became square. At this point, everyone, including Chu Yang, all 11 of them felt a chill run down their spines at the same time. Just imagining the scene back then was enough to make them shudder all over. Gooey Goo wanted to cry but had no tears. Back then, I thought that I would be able to escape. But after I escaped, the poison still hadn't been removed. Therefore, I said, "Elder, I really need a black blood rose." When that person heard that, he said, "All right then, I'll give you a rose." Just as I was feeling happy, a finger tapped on my forehead. "There, it's here." Gooey Goo pointed to his own forehead. "This finger has extinguished my star, leaving behind a rose that will never be extinguished." Chu Yang and the others focused their gazes and looked over. At once, they clicked their tongues in wonder. If one were to take a closer look, that dark red on the forehead of this great expert Gooey Goo was indeed a budding rose. In the end, that person finally showed his benevolence and extorted 3 heavenly treasures from me. Then, he gave me a black blood rose. Gooey Goo was very sorrowful and indignant. The value of those 3 heavenly treasures was a whole several times that of the black blood rose. If it wasn't for the sake of curing the poison, Chu Yang nodded slowly. He looked at the 3 heavenly treasures in the tribulation dimension. They were still swaying in the wind in his herb field. One was a deep ice lotus, one was a frigid snow lotus, and one was a crimson soul herb. Of course, he wouldn't say anything. He merely nodded and sighed. "I see." Cough. That big brother of mine is indeed a little domineering in the way he does things, but he's still very reasonable. This sentence made Gooey Goo's eyes bulge out fiercely. Even the eyes of Gu Duxing and the others also bulged out. Something like this was actually very reasonable. Gooey Goo took a breath. With bulging eyes, he said, "Originally, although I wasn't young anymore, I was tall and could also be considered a talent. But now," glancing at his squarish body miserably, he sighed. "Now, even pigs are prettier than me." The corners of Chu Yang's lips spasmed strangely. He almost burst into laughter. The others also kept their mouths tightly shut, trying their best to control themselves. It looked like this Gooey Goo still had a lot of self-awareness. Even pigs were prettier than him. In addition, as the price for my release, I also made a promise. Gooey Goo laughed rather miserably, yet also as if he was mocking himself. "So long as I see this token, if the holder of this token issues an order to me, I need to do one thing for him without any compensation or conditions." Gooey Goo said bitterly, "This matter includes letting me die." Mo Tianji and the others widened their eyes. They looked at Chu Yang. Everyone knew very well what this sentence meant. The token was now in Chu Yang's hands. In other words, as long as Chu Yang said, "Die," then Gooey Goo would immediately commit suicide. This token in Chu Yang's hands could actually easily decide the life and death of a peak-grade supreme martial artist. What kind of power was this? Gooey Goo said bitterly, "And the existence of this promise is my greatest inner demon." Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Elder Goo, I am infinitely impressed by your honesty." Yes, Chu Yang was very clear about this. This black blood token was Zi Xieching's token in the heavens. In this world, less than 10 people knew of this token's existence. But every one of these 10 people was a peak-grade supreme martial artist. This also included Qin Feng and Lu Yun. And now, Qin Feng and Lu Yun weren't on this continent. This meant that there were still 8 people on this continent. Among these 8 people, the blood essence of 3 of them was on this black blood token. Back then, Zi Xieching had once said that as long as Chu Yang could meet these 3 people with this token, he could ask them to give him the greatest help they could. The people of the Black Blood Forest couldn't come out, but these 3 people were in the outside world. This was the greatest treasure that Zi Xieching had left for Chu Yang. It was just a pity that these 3 people. It was only today that Chu Yang met one. Gooey Goo looked at Chu Yang, and Chu Yang also looked at Gooey Goo. For a long time, neither of them spoke. But both of them knew that this promise would definitely be fulfilled between the 2 of them. "I'm not willing to order my subjects around like this. This will make me feel very unaccomplished." Chu Yang smiled lightly. He said, "But since there's such a promise, I'll fulfill this wish for Elder Gu today." Gu took a deep breath and said, "Go on. I just want to ask Elder Gu to help me pass a message to your Saint King. Tell him that I have already reunited with my brothers and will be heading to the northwest to fight Qingru." Chu Yang smiled slightly and said softly, "Pass a message for the Saint King." Gu frowned. He said, "You don't have to take care of me. I can do you a big favor, no matter what it is." In his opinion, this request of Chu Yang's was really too light. It was so light that even he himself was embarrassed. Pass a message. Even if Chu Yang didn't say it, he would definitely pass Chu Yang's message back, because that was the Saint King's instructions. There's no need for that. I'm already very grateful that Elder Gu can pass this message of mine to my junior brother," Chu Yang said with a smile. Frowning, Gu agreed rather guiltily. All right. He had already made the request. Chu Yang took out the black blood token. A cloud of mist rose from it. Gu felt relieved at once. Half of the blood essence on it had already been released. As long as he sent the message out, all of it would dissipate. Therefore, Gu decided to start the transmission right away. He took out a strange mirror and channeled his internal energy into it. At once, the mirror slowly shone brightly. Gu waved his right hand, and a bloody wound appeared on his index finger. He wrote on the mirror with his blood, Gu reporting to the Saint King. Saint King Chu has already passed by this place. He wants me to tell you that he has already reunited with his brothers and will be heading to the northwest to fight Qingru. After he finished writing, he had Chu Yang confirm it again. Then, he struck the mirror with his palm. After a loud boom, the blood stain disappeared. The message had already been sent out. A cloud of smoke rose from the black blood token again. Gu heaved a long sigh of relief. The biggest worry in his heart for 20,000 years was finally resolved today. After that, Gu became even more amiable toward Chu Yang. From his point of view, Chu Yang had done him a huge favor and helped him resolve his inner demons. Moreover, he had done it so effortlessly. That meant that Chu Yang had intentionally helped him. Since someone had given him a favor, Gu naturally had to return the favor. It was just that even if he beheaded Gu, he would never have thought that Chu Yang's message this time was definitely no ordinary message. It was a mobilization. If Gu was only asked to do one thing, the one who would have to work would only be Gu himself. However, when this message reached Tan's ears, it would mobilize the entire 3 Stars Divine Clan. Monthly votes. Charge. G. To be continued. Chapter 1432. After that, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Everyone chatted about all sorts of things. Gu casually recounted some interesting stories and anecdotes of the martial world. Chu Yang and the others listened with great interest. Smart kids remember the world, super fast hands as they chatted. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something. Elder Gu, there's something I don't understand. Gu smiled. Go ahead. This isn't the first time I've taken this path. The last time I came, I didn't see you coming out to collect horses, said Chu Yang. Gu was taken aback at once. He asked, the last time? You passed by here? Then did you ride a horse? Chu Yang was stunned. No, Gu said disdainfully, if you didn't ride a horse, why would I come out to collect you? Chu Yang was stunned. Everyone who passes by here, as long as they are horses, must leave them behind. Gu said, 5 clans passed by here in that direction. Now, I've already dealt with the horses of 4 of them. Chu Yang gave him a wry smile. This old fellow was really fierce. Only the Chen clan's wind-chasing beast passed by here the last time. I didn't want it. Gu snorted and said, the blood of that wind-chasing beast stinks. Only a lunatic would want it. Mo Qingwu shuddered. Mo Tianji frowned. Elder, what you mean is, these horses have all been eaten by you? The corners of Gu's lips spasmed a little. No, I've been injured in the past and need blood essence to replenish my body. War horses are full of vigor and have been on expeditions for many years, so there's naturally a vicious aura in them. Besides, it's easier to absorb. After these horses are in my hands, I'll use a secret technique to extract half of their blood essence and consume it myself. Then, I'll sell the horses. The money I get from them is used as living expenses. Then, twice a year, I'll head straight from here to the northeastern wilderness to provide for my clansmen. His eyes were somewhat sorrowful. The place where we live all year round is covered in snow and ice. It's still fine for adults, but for children and the elderly. And for some women, they can't. Chu Yang nodded solemnly and sighed. Over the past 30,000 years, I've already bought a total of 70 million purple crystals worth of resources. The corners of Guigu's lips spasmed a little. While burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes, all the money and purple crystals that I obtained were all used to fill this huge hole. Now, I am a peak-grade supreme martial artist. Other than his cultivation and a few taels of silver, he is a pauper. 70 million purple crystals worth of resources. Such a huge number made everyone greatly shocked. One must know that 70 million purple crystals wasn't as simple as 70 million taels of silver. Those daily necessities that Guigu had mentioned could all be bought with just gold and silver. A single purple crystal was worth over 10 million taels of silver. In that case, the amount of resources that Guigu had sent back was practically inestimable. Why do you need so much? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Some things can be used for many years. The corners of Guigu's lips twitched again. Where we come from, most things only have a lifespan of a year. Things like blankets can't be used after 3 months. He continued in a low voice. As for us, back when the world had yet to change, we were still alive. There were 2 billion people. After the change, there were less than 200 million survivors. Moreover, they were all sealed in the wild ice field. 80,000 years ago, it was reduced to 150 million. 50,000 years ago, it was less than 100 million. 30,000 years ago, there were still 70 million people. 20,000 years ago, there were only 40 million left. Now, there are barely 10 million left. Chu Yang and the others couldn't help but look at one another in shock. Such a high rate of population extinction. If this ratio continued, the 3 Stars Divine Clan's extinction was probably not far away. Every time the Tribulation Sword Master is born, the wild ice field will open once. But that time, it would only last for a day before it would close again. It is during these few days that the clan will select experts and rush them out. Then, they will do everything they can to earn money and buy things to send back. When he said this, Emo Tianji raised his hand and said, "Elder, there is something that I don't understand." Guigu asked, "What is it? Since there is only a day's time and only very few people can come out, how do you send in the resources that you have collected? If things can be sent in, won't people be able to come out?" asked Emo Tianji. Guigu laughed miserably. "We are sealed inside. As long as the gate of life doesn't appear, living people can't come out. However, things sent in from the outside can be received. This means that under normal circumstances, lifeless things can be sent in and out. What that gate of life restricts are only life and soul." Emo Tianji let out an "oh" and fell silent. He secretly wondered what kind of gate of life it was. It was actually so domineering. It could actually restrict souls. And once the identities of those who come out are exposed, they will attract the attacks of the entire continent. Over the years, other than me, no other expert of the 3 Stars Divine Clan has been able to last until the next Tribulation Sword Master is born. This batch of mine has brought out 400 people, all of whom are elites. However, up till now, I am the only one alive in this world. The others have all died 20,000 years ago. It was only until 3 years ago, when the latest Tribulation Sword Master was born, that detestable gate of life finally opened. However, my clansmen are all ready. Guigu heaved a long sigh. All these years, I have robbed good people and killed bad people. I have indeed killed a lot of people. However, I don't dare to die. I am not afraid of death, but I can't die. Hee. Brother Chu, you should also know that those who can cultivate to my level, how many of them are afraid of death? However, I have to beg for mercy in front of that big brother of yours. Not to mention a promise and a few heavenly treasures. Even if he wants me to kneel down and call him Grandpa, I will still have to save my life. If I die as well, the divine clan will really have no one left in the outside world. Those resources will also never be able to return. At this point, Guigu sighed and didn't say anything else. Chu Yang and the others didn't say anything either. What should he say? Everyone didn't know what to say. They just felt that their hearts were heavy. When Guigu talked about what happened back then, everyone already found it strange. Wasn't this peak-grade supreme martial artist a little too afraid of death to actually beg for mercy? However, it was only now that they knew and understood. Looking at Guigu in front of them, a sense of respect suddenly rose in their hearts. It wasn't difficult to die for Yining generously. What was difficult was to endure humiliation and live for the sake of the clan. After a long while, Chu Yang asked tentatively, Can the 3 stars divine clan and humans coexist peacefully? Guigu was furious. His eyes bulged as he said furiously, What do you mean by this? Chu Yang was stunned. Guigu said furiously, What do you mean by can the 3 stars divine clan and humans coexist peacefully? Are the 3 stars divine clan not humans? Chu Yang was floored. Was there a need for you to say that? Who in the legends over the past 10,000 years had ever said that the 3 stars divine clan was also humans? The 3 stars divine clan was originally on par with the dragons, phoenixes, fairies, and other races. Since when were they actually humans? Guigu's anger hadn't subsided yet. The 3 stars divine clan is just a little special. How are they not humans? When the 3 stars divine clan ruled the world 100,000 years ago, did they ever exterminate the so-called humans? At that time, wasn't it also very normal for the 3 stars divine clan to intermarry with the humans you speak of? Why is it that when these so-called humans rule the continent, even the descendants of interracial marriages are all exterminated? Is it the 3 stars divine clan who is cruel or the so-called humans on the continent who are cruel? The so-called humans on the continent now, other than wearing human skin, in what way can you say that they are really humans? Are they even worthy of being called humans? What nonsense! Lord Guigu spat fiercely. Mo Tianji lowered his head and considered for a while. Then, he said, The 3 stars divine clan is indeed the same as humans from birth until they grow up. The only difference is that their meridians are slightly different. Moreover, the bloodline of the 3 stars divine clan can also be awakened. This point seems to be different from ordinary people. Another thing is that they carry the clan symbol on their foreheads from birth. Therefore, they are rejected because of this. But at the end of the day, it's not impossible to say that the 3 stars divine clan are humans. But it's also not impossible to say that they aren't humans. Mo Tianji's words were extremely fair. Chu Yang nodded slowly. He finally understood why the guards of Du Shiqing whom he met when he went to Iron Cloudback then had the fire control techniques of the 3 stars divine clan. Presumably, that was some kind of bloodline awakening? The 3 stars divine clan had already suffered for 100,000 years. Then, if he could unify the heavens, wouldn't it be time to give them some fairness? But Chu Yang didn't say this out loud. In fact, he also needed to discuss this plan with his brothers and then seek the opinions of the Moonbreeze couple to come up with a foolproof plan. Otherwise, if he made a rash decision, the day of unification would be the beginning of a great war between the races. No one would be able to bear such a cruel consequence. This was also the real reason why Chu Yang didn't dare to agree to Duke Wei's request back then. Mo Tianji was deep in thought. He glanced at Chu Yang. From Chu Yang's tightly knitted brows, Mo Tianji completely understood what his boss was thinking about. A hint of worry flashed across his eyes. This topic was too heavy. Chu Yang simply skipped over it and suppressed it in his heart. Then, he started to talk about interesting things in the martial world again. Dong Wushang and the others also took advantage of this rare break to rest quickly. Mo Qingwu lay in Chu Yang's arms, half asleep and half awake. Elder Gu, back then, as far as I know, there were 3 people who left their mark on this black blood token. Do you know who the other 2 are? Chu Yang asked seriously. I indeed don't know. There was an awkward look on Guigu's face. He said, After all, this isn't something to be proud of. No one would publicize it. Chu Yang said dispassionately, That might not be the case. Elder Gu, Do you know that if they weren't one of the few experts in the world, that big brother of mine also wouldn't have allowed them to leave their mark on this? Those who could leave their mark on this are all top-notch experts in the world. Chapter 1433. No matter how thick-skinned one wouldn't treat this as glory either. After being beaten up, having his spirit sealed, and being tortured, he actually went around bragging about it as glory. Guigu didn't think that he was that crazy. Smart kids remember the world, super fast at typing. By analogy, the other two naturally wouldn't be so stupid either. However, he couldn't refute Chu Yang's words, because that was indeed the truth. If he wasn't a top-notch expert, that person really wouldn't seal his spirit and enter. Back then, my big brother had once said that in this world, there were only 10 people who were qualified to fight with him. And Elder Gu was one of them. My big brother also only told me about the other 2 people whose names were on this token. May I know who the others are? Chu Yang smiled and said, Elder Gu is very familiar with the heroes of the world. You must know, right? Guigu frowned. His squarish head swayed like a hammer as he said, Well, I really don't know who has fought with this crazy person before. Chu Yang sweated a little. Then, in Elder Gu's mind, who are the experts in this world? Guigu raised his head, his eyes somewhat perplexed, as if he was thinking and rummaging through his memories. Mo Tianji's ears twitched and his gaze became serious. These were all top-notch information that ordinary people couldn't know. Ever since I came out, I've been defeated 8 times. Guigu said, and before my cultivation reached peak level, that's not counted. These words immediately shocked Chu Yang and the others. Before his cultivation reached peak level, that was not counted. This meant that after he reached peak level, he had actually been defeated by 8 people. This matter made Chu Yang and the others break out in cold sweat. Were there so many experts in this world? The first time, I snatched a treasure and attracted a person. This person beat me up, but I had already sold that treasure. That beating wasn't light. But in the end, after that person found out about my mission, he didn't kill me. Instead, he gave me 1,000,000 purple crystals. Guigu said. Chu Yang frowned. Who was that person? That person was called Wu Chunfeng. Guigu thought hard. That was 30,000 years ago? Or more than 10,000 years ago? My memories are really unclear. Wu Chunfeng, supreme martial artist Chen Feng. Chu Yang's body shook. The second loss was to a beautiful woman called Lu Yun. She really likes her horse. At that time, they had agreed to deposit it. She didn't sell it, but the price she offered me was more than 10 times higher than what I offered to sell my horse. But in the end, I still couldn't help myself and took some blood essence to eat. I didn't expect that woman to actually be able to tell after she came back. She gave me a good beating. Guigu grimaced. It was only after she beat me up that I found out that she was Wu Chunfeng's wife. Chu Yang was speechless. This Guigu was really good at stirring up trouble. Chen Feng and Lu Yun were 2 legendary figures. One of them beat him up. Mo Tianji suddenly interrupted. That's not right. Ancient, as far as I know, whether it was 20,000 years ago or 30,000 years ago. Seniors Chen Feng and Lu Yun are no longer in this world. Guigu said furiously, Don't interrupt. How could I not know that they went up and came back? At that time, it was said that they were preparing to save someone. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji immediately understood. So when Wu Jueqing was rescued, it was Chen Feng and Lu Yun who had returned personally. I lost the 3rd battle. It was a law enforcement officer. At that time, I was poor. Our clan had already been cut off for a month, so I robbed a law enforcement officer headquarters. Then, an old fellow came out of the law enforcement officers. That battle lasted for 5 days, and I only lost by 1 move. Guigu shook his head. He sighed. Sigh. I also lost by 1 move. The 10 of them had crooked mouths and slanted eyes. What the fuck? Robbing a law enforcement officer headquarters. Even someone who was truly courting death didn't do that. Look at this fellow in front of them. He's actually still alive. This is really... Is that law enforcement officer still alive now? Chu Yang asked anxiously and anxiously. Guigu snorted, very displeased with Chu Yang for interrupting his recollection. However, on account of Divine King Chu, he still replied reluctantly, at our level of cultivation, it's hard for us to die even if we want to. Chu Yang coughed a couple of times and exchanged a look with Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji's countenance was grim. If that person was still alive, he would probably be their most terrifying enemy. My fourth defeat, and it was by a lousy old fellow among the law enforcement officers. Guigu was very furious. I've suffered 3 defeats at the hands of the law enforcement officers. Each time, it was the humiliation of losing by 1 move. Yet I fucking switched to 3 people. Fuck their grannies. Mo Tianji's face looked as though he was in a deep sleep. His fingers couldn't help but twirl. 3 people. 3 people. Chu Yang felt the same way as well. At this moment, he wished he could curse at the same time as Guigu. Fuck their grannies. So many of them. My first defeat was to your big brother. Guigu slanted his eyes resentfully at Chu Yang. Actually, this 7th defeat can't be considered a defeat at all. I was basically just getting beaten up from the start to the end. I didn't really fight at all. Pfft. For the sake of Elder Gu's honesty, Chu Yang very politely spat out a mouthful of tea at him. Guigu snorted. His body shook, and a cloud of mist rose. The tea that had been spat on his face earlier evaporated completely. However, after I lost to your big brother, my appearance changed. The law enforcement officers couldn't find me anymore. Guigu actually felt rather proud of himself. It was only then that Chu Yang and the others understood. This fellow must have been hunted down by law enforcement experts after robbing the law enforcement headquarters. That was why he had suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Zi Sheqing had slapped him from tall and thin to short and fat. She had actually helped him achieve his goal, causing the law enforcement officers to be unable to find him. One had to admit, the affairs of the world were truly amazing. As for the 7th defeat, I brought it upon myself, so it can't be considered a defeat. If my primordial spirit hadn't been restrained, that fellow might not have been a match for me. Guigu grinned, his white teeth gleaming. I heard that a number 1 expert had popped up, called Tianya or something, so I want to fight him. This was something that happened 7,000 years ago. Back then, I really didn't expect to lose. Cough. Actually, I didn't lose either. I was just struck twice by his sword, that's all. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who had always been straightforward, couldn't bear to listen to this. Ning Tianya struck you twice with his sword. Then, did you strike him? Guigu's face flushed red. He twisted his logic and said, he's much younger than me. He's considered a junior. I let him have his way. Other than Mo Qingwu, who was nestled in Chu Yang's arms, the rest of the 11 people turned their heads away at the same time, spraying tea in unison. Cough, cough. Elder Gu is really of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Chu Yang praised against his will. I've always thought that I was thick-skinned. This old fellow's skin is much thicker than mine. Guigu's face and neck were flushed red. My primordial spirit had already been sealed by your big brother back then. If I see Ning Tianya now, I'll definitely beat him up so badly that he has to look for his teeth all over the floor. Why? You don't believe me. We believe you. Chu Yang and the others nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They thought, what's the use of us believing you? Didn't you still lose anyway? In the 8th defeat, I didn't even have a chance to make a move. I was restrained just like that. That person was stronger than your big brother. Much stronger. A look of lingering fear appeared on Guigu's face. And it happened just half a year ago. Half a year ago. Chu Yang thought about it and asked, was that person very handsome and suave, looking just like a scholar? Guigu jumped to his feet at once, a look of astonishment on his face. How did you know? Chu Yang smiled slightly. How could he not know? Because this defeat that Guigu had suffered should have been Shuele Han's. It should have been right before he met Shuele Han back then, which was also the time when Chu Yang asked Guigu, the last time I came, you didn't take in your horse, given Shuele Han's cultivation, if Guigu could react to it. That would be really strange instead. Cough. Chu Yang coughed. He might as well boast all the way. Of course I know. Because that person is also my big brother. Guigu was stunned. After a long while, he exclaimed, Lei Feng is also your big brother. At last, His eyes widened as he cried out in grief and indignation, "I have a feud with your family." Chu Yang burst into laughter. "Haven't we turned enemies into friends now?" Guigu heaved a long sigh. Chu Yang also heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Zi Sheqing left, she had left behind quite a number of mysteries for Chu Yang. But today, one of them was finally solved here. Moreover, Chu Yang was also really sure. At least 3 of the top 10 experts that Zi Sheqing had mentioned back then were his enemies. Guigu had mentioned 8 of them. Out of that, excluding supreme martial artists Chun Feng and his wife, Ning Tianya, who hadn't fought with Zi Sheqing, and Shuele Han, there were only 4 left. Out of the 10 people that Zi Sheqing had mentioned, excluding the Moonbreeze couple, 8 were left. Excluding Guigu, 8 were left. Excluding Chun Feng and Lu Yun, 1 was left. Assuming that all 3 of the law enforcement officers had fought with Zi Sheqing, then there were still 3 people left out of the 10. Who were those 3 people? No one knew what that was. Chu Yang was rather troubled. He was assuming that all 3 of the law enforcement officers had fought with Zi Sheqing. What if none of them had fought with Zi Sheqing? This wasn't impossible. Wouldn't that mean that there was still one person whose whereabouts couldn't be found? And this person was a huge sore point for Chu Yang. What if all of them were law enforcement officers? Chu Yang thought about it so much that he felt dizzy. Beside him, Mo Tianji was deep in thought with his head lowered. Ao Sheyun's brows were tightly furrowed. Mo Lei's eyes were filled with worry. Xie Danqiong's expression was solemn. Gu Duxing's brows were tightly knitted together. They had all heard something unusual from this conversation. Dong Wushang's expression was calm and unperturbed. GMO grinned, not taking it to heart. Luo Kadi looked at the sky from the corner of his eyes, not considering it all. Rue Budong's legs swung back and forth, even more relaxed. These few people definitely wouldn't use their brains. To Dong Wushang, they weren't afraid. A sovereign in front of him also used a saber strike. A second-grade supreme martial artist also used a saber strike. Even if Shuele Han was right in front of him, as long as he was an enemy, he would use a saber strike. As for winning or losing, Second Master Dong had never considered it. Second Master Ji and Luo Kadi, on the other hand, thought, this isn't within the scope of our worries. Whatever they say, we'll do it. As for Rue Budong, it was even simpler. At most, we'll just fight with our lives on the line. The few of them had a completely different mentality, begging for votes. There were still more than 50 votes to go to Guanguan's chrysanthemum. Let's stab it, and that fellow can have a good time. Come, let's give her a good time. Gee, RQ. Chapter 1434. Especially Dong Wushang and the other 3, they were even more carefree and lazy. It was no wonder that Mo Tianji often said, if I worry about these guys every day, sooner or later, I will become old before I get old. Enemies can't torture me, but these bastards can tire me to death. After resting for a while, everyone said their goodbyes. Guigu didn't urge him to stay and sent him out of the door. Have a safe journey. Guigu waved at the 11 people who had left into the distance. Don't worry, we will meet soon. Chu Yang waved his hand, and the 11 people disappeared from the top of the snowy mountain in the blink of an eye. Scratching his head, Guigu muttered to himself, I'm not going to the place that all of you are going to. How are we going to meet so quickly? In a snowy land, the camps of the 8 great clans stood in silence. Diwu Qingro stood at the entrance of the tent and looked at the fluttering snowflakes in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu had been gone for 2 days and had yet to return. Diwu Qingro wasn't worried about the 2 of them, but he was looking forward to one person, Chu Yang. If Chu Yang didn't come, the pressure from the other side would be too small. There would be no resistance at all. So much time has passed. This is such a good opportunity to stir up chaos in the world. You, the master of Tribulation Sword, should have seized it. But why is there still no movement? Diwu Qingro thought. Then, his thoughts turned back to the mysterious man. Who is it using this matter to their advantage? Why does it seem like he's really helping me? Diwu Qingro stood motionless for a long time. What he didn't know was that just a moment ago, a few hundred zhang to the right of the camp, a dozen or so figures drifted over like a breeze, drifting into the northwest. The tribulation sword master that Diwu Qingro had been looking forward to was already here. Under Chu Yang's leadership and Mo Tianji's planning, he was like a sharp arrow that pierced into the depths of the northwest snowy plains. Of course, they had noticed the camps of the 8 great clans. However, now was not the time for them to show their might. Moreover, the other party's strength was very strong here. So, Mo Tianji did not intend to meet them head-on. Mo Tianji's real plan was to not expose his identity, make use of the Li clan's power as much as possible to fight a war of attrition with the 8 superclans. The more energy consumed, the better. Now, things had come to this. Even Chu Yang couldn't guess what Mo Tianji was thinking. The snowflakes in the sky were thick and dense. Chu Yang realized that the places that he had cleared and the mountain ranges that he had overturned the last time he came here were already covered in silver. There was a place that was still fresh in Chu Yang's memory. He tried to turn over the layer of snow and found that the layer of snow had increased by 70 to 80 feet. It could be seen that during this period of time, the heavens had not been idle. It had been snowing with all its might. The 11 of them were all dressed in white under Chu Yang's insistence. Mo Qingwu's red clothes had also become snow-white. The small wind fox was still sleeping in Mo Qingwu's pocket, but a small tail had grown out from its butt. Chu Yang was amazed. This little guy has eaten a lot of good things. Was he planning to sleep all the way to the peak? After resting 3 times, they had reached the depth of 2,000 miles. Although they were already far enough away from the Li clan's headquarters, Mo Tianji was still cautious. He ordered everyone to fly close to the ground. They must not leave any traces behind. While they were rushing forward, they suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the front. In this world of ice and snow, there were actually people fighting? Chu Yang, who was at the front, waved his hand. The 11 of them lay down neatly on the snow. The sound became more and more urgent, and it was moving towards them. It was the sound of weapons clashing. There were also people cursing furiously. They could faintly hear someone saying, "Who are you people?" "Who? Li clan?" Then, there was a sinister laughter. The sound of the wind suddenly became louder. But everyone knew that this was not because the wind had become louder, but because the people fighting were getting closer and closer. The sound of the wind caused by their fighting was mixed with the power of heaven and earth, causing the wind force to increase by several times. Mo Tianji frowned. He thought for a while and exchanged a look with Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded slowly. The 2 of them understood that since there were people fighting here, it must be people from the 8 superclans and the Li clan. At most, there would be law enforcement officers. No matter which side it was, to them, they were all enemies, but also opportunities. Chu Yang turned his head. Mo Tianji stretched out his hands and pointed to both sides. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Mo Qingwu, GMO, and Luo Kadi silently went to the left side. Then, the snow rolled and buried the 5 of them under the snow. Mo Tianji, Dong Wushang, Ao Sheyun, Xie Danqiang, Rui Badong, and Mo Lei stayed at the right side. A path of 400 to 500 feet was cleared. With a whoosh, a white figure rushed over as fast as lightning. Beside him, there was another white figure, but he was already drenched in blood. Behind them, left and right, there were 2 figures flying in the air. One of them laughed sinisterly as he flew down. "Xiao Jingyan, since you've come to us, do you still want to leave? Stay and have some fun." The thin and long figure in front was Xiao Jingyan of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing that, he said angrily, "You are indeed from the Li clan." The white figure let out a long laugh and said sternly, "Of course." He attacked from the air. Xiao Jingyan dodged and Shichishu rushed over from the side. The 2 of them whistled and rushed back with all their might instead of fighting. The big hand in midair made a crack in the air with a whoosh. It seemed to make a sound like glass breaking. The crack extended in all directions and a black hole appeared. But Xiao Jingyan and Shichishu had already rushed out. 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists joined forces. Although the other party was 4 8th-grade supreme martial artists and they couldn't beat them, escaping was not a problem. But how could Chu Yang let them escape? If they left, where would he go to watch the show? With a thought, the sword spirit rushed out of the tribulation space with a whoosh, invisibly blocking the path of the two men. The two of them had just rushed out 200 feet when a murderous aura suddenly rose in front of them. The two of them were shocked. Before they could dodge, the murderous aura had already hit them in the face. It was as if there was a pair of hands in the dark. The left hand pressed on Xiao Zhengyin's forehead and the right hand on Shi Qishu's shoulder. The two of them screamed and staggered. At the same time, they shouted, "Ghost!" For a moment, they were scared out of their wits. The sword spirit attacked with an illusory body. Although the enemy couldn't hurt him, he couldn't hurt them either. But it was enough to obstruct them. With this obstruction, the four white-robed men behind them had already flown out. They stood in front of Xiao Zhengyin and Shi Qishu and sneered. "Xiao Zhengyin, Shi Qishu, you can't leave." Shi Qishu's eyes were still filled with fear as he stared ahead. His lips trembled and turned pale. There's a ghost? What ghost?" The leading white-robed masked man waved his hand. "Kill them." The four of them attacked together. Xiao Zhengyin and Shi Qishu were uneasy and at once fell into a disadvantageous position. Just now, the two of them clearly felt a cold hand touching their foreheads and could clearly feel the power on it. Now that they opened their eyes and saw nothing, they panicked at once. And in the midst of a fierce battle, they couldn't concentrate. Instantly, they fell into a state of being beaten up. But the four white-robed men were also anxious and cursed wildly. They didn't really want to kill Xiao Zhengyin and Shi Qishu in the first place. They just kept exerting pressure on them. But now, these two bastards actually didn't run away. And they were in a daze. Weren't they fucking courting death? It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't ruin our plan. On the other side, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were communicating telepathically. What plan? This was Chu Yang. Should we leave these two here? Mo Tianji said, "These two, one is called Xiao Zhengyin and the other is called Shi Qishu. Both are important figures in big clans. If we leave them here, it will be helpful for our future plans." Chu Yang pondered, "But I don't understand. But one thing is for sure. These four are definitely not from the Li clan. I've basically seen everyone from the Li clan, especially the experts." Mo Tianji was silent for a while, as if shocked by Chu Yang's words. Then, he said, "Not from the Li clan? But they're pretending to be from the Li clan?" "Yes." Chu Yang frowned. Mo Tianji said, "Then, what's their purpose? Or rather, what are their plans? Could it be on Diwu Qingruo's side?" Chu Yang was puzzled. "That's the problem. Diwu Qingru doesn't have such experts." Mo Tianji frowned at once. As soon as he heard about this situation, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Mo Tianji thought for a while and said slowly, "Diwu Qingruo's strength. Whether he has such experts, can you be sure?" Chu Yang was startled. "I can't be sure." Mo Tianji's eyes flashed. He said slowly, "Although I can't be sure, I know that Diwu Qingruo's shadow is definitely here. So I've decided that this chance encounter will be my first battle with Diwu Qingru." The first battle. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. So soon. So early. It's coming? Chu Yang looked at the battle circle and said, "Tianji, can you tell? These four people didn't use any killing moves at all, although their murderous intent is very strong. But I have a feeling that they don't want these two people's lives." Mo Tianji said, "Yes? So, the possibility of Diwu Qingru using this matter as a pretext is the highest." No matter what Chu Yang said, Mo Tianji was now set on Diwu Qingru. Exerting pressure? Chu Yang muttered to himself. Mo Tianji's voice suddenly became urgent. "No matter what, we have to mess up this matter once. These four people don't want these two people to die. This is for sure. But we can't let them do as they wish." Chu Yang said, "What do you mean? Let's interfere and keep these two people here?" Mo Tianji's eyes flashed and he said decisively, One dead. That's the best situation." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Great plan. The battle here was close to reaching its climax. Xiao Zhengyin and Shi Qishu quickly adjusted their moods. Although they were still suspicious, they didn't dare to be distracted anymore. But the disadvantage was already set. The two of them used all their skills but couldn't turn the situation around. At this moment, Mo Tianji transmitted a message to them, "Move, you're almost exhausted." Chapter 1435. On the battlefield, the situation of both sides had changed subtly. Smart kids remember network's super fast hands. The four men in white roared and shouted, as if they were attacking with all their might. However, there was a limit to their attacks. At the very least, Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu were always able to block the attacks just right. They didn't injure themselves or lose their lives. This sense of propriety was extremely well grasped. If not for the fact that there were observant bystanders, even Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu would only think that they had shown their prowess and blocked the attacks of the other party. Such a situation shouldn't have happened among experts of the same level. However, the other party had four people who were twice as strong. It wasn't difficult at all for them to do this. Xiao Jingyin, Shi Qishu, the leader of the masked men in white, laughed sinisterly. Do you really think that the Li clan is so easy to bully? You actually dare to come thousands of miles deep to spy on us with just two people. You've gone too far. Xiao Jingyin was panting. As he drew his sword, he sneered. The Li clan is nothing more than this. The masked men in white roared angrily. Kill him! The attacks of the four people instantly became much fiercer. However, Xiao Jingyin's eyes suddenly lit up. The other party suddenly increased their attacks, but the rhythm was a little too fast, causing the coordination between the four people to be a little strained. This strained coordination was fleeting, but it was a good opportunity to break out of the encirclement. With a roar, he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, a deep trench suddenly appeared on the ground with a cracking sound. The trench split into two sides endlessly, like a spiritual snake that had a life of its own. As the trench split apart, it actually emitted a crackling sound. All the snow, stones, and soil on the ground were blown up explosively. They shot outwards. Xiao Jingyin and Shi Qishu rushed outwards with the sand, stones, and soil under the power of this explosion. Both of their swords shone brightly. The sword light flashed and rushed out 7 to 8 feet, looking like they were going all out. The four people on the other side obviously didn't expect the two of them to suddenly go all out. The two people who bore the brunt of the attack couldn't help but split to the sides. The sky darkened. Go! Xiao Zhengyin yelled, and the two of them rushed out of the gap like mad tigers. The moment they broke out of the encirclement, the two of them simultaneously bit the tip of their tongues and spat out a mouthful of blood. Using a secret technique that could damage one's body, they abruptly increased their speed. Like two massive dragons, they charged out amidst a blizzard. Like an arrow leaving the bow, dashing forward, the four white-robed men heaved a sigh of relief. These two bastards finally knew how to escape. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to continue the show. However, he shouted, "Where do you think you're going? Leave your life here. Whatever it takes. Kill these two bastards. Chase." The four of them chased after him at the same time, but they had to slow down a little. They couldn't really catch up. The two people in front didn't even turn their heads. Although they heard the shouts behind them, they ignored them. He stomped his feet on the ground. The entire piece of land suddenly split apart and rose up from the ground. She threw herself at him. The four snorted coldly and drew their swords. With a flash of their swords, they broke through the wall. Then, they heard a miserable howl in front of them. Shi Qishu, who was running, fell forward like a kite with a broken string. Xiao Jingyin was shocked and grabbed his shoulder. "Old Shi, what's wrong?" Shi Qishu's eyes were round and his teeth were clenched. So ruthless. Xiao Jingyin looked over and couldn't help but roar furiously. "Li clan, you're so vicious." A sword pierced through Shi Qishu's chest from the back and came out from the front. The tip of the sword was dripping with blood and was actually melting. This was a sword made of ice. Shi Qishu said in a trembling voice, "I can't do it anymore. I'll block the pursuers for you. Hurry up and leave." Xiao Zhengyin roared and spat out another mouthful of blood. He grabbed Shi Qishu and threw him onto his back. With a long and miserable howl, he shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. His speed was actually a little faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the blizzard. That miserable howl filled with anger was still echoing in the air, but he had already disappeared. The four people behind him were stunned. What was going on? Why did Shirchishu suddenly suffer a fatal injury? When they broke through the entire snow wall, snow and fog filled the air. They couldn't see anything at all. By the time they could see clearly, Shirchishu had already stabbed his sword. That sword, the four of them saw clearly from the back. It pierced through his chest and went straight into his heart. Then, it pierced through his chest and stayed in his body. Shirchishu, even if he could rely on the cultivation of an 8th-grade supreme martial artist to struggle at death's door for a while, he would definitely die in the end. Who did it? The four of them asked together, exasperated as they looked at each other. We're here to exert pressure, not to really kill. These people were the strength of their own alliance now. Killing one would mean losing a part of their strength, let alone an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. After seeing the confusion on each other's faces, everyone was even more confused. No one knew that at the moment when the snow wall was just raised, at the moment when the four of them used their swords to break through the snow wall, the sword spirit received Chu Yang's instructions to condense ice into a sword, float behind Shirchishu, and throw the sword out. Silently, the mission was completed just like that. The sword pierced through his chest. When it just pierced through his body, Shirchishu immediately realized it. He used his internal energy to seal it, but how strong was the sword spirit? Even though he only used half of his strength, the ice sword still pierced through Shirchishu's body just like that. Along with his body temperature, it slowly melted. Mo Tianji's order to move, Chu Yang didn't really move. Instead, he let the sword spirit move. This was more secretive. Sure enough, one killed and one escaped. Such an expert, such a status. Killing one would be an irreconcilable feud. Leaving one alive would bring the hatred back, so that this feud wouldn't be unjust and couldn't be cleared without a witness. When the time was right, it would be exposed. The one left alive would be a strong help at that time. Whether it would be internal strife or just feeling aggrieved, there would always be something that could be used. This was the true intention of Mo Tianji's operation this time. A part of it. The four 8th-grade supreme martial artists looked at each other for a while. The leader finally reacted. He turned around abruptly and shouted coldly, "So there are still friends here. Which group are you from? Come out and meet us." The four of them understood. Except for them. There must be someone hiding in the dark who made the move. And with one move, the matter had worsened to the point of no return. Not only did they overreach and lose an 8th-grade supreme martial artist, but they also left behind a hidden danger. In the future, it would be better if they weren't recognized by others. If they were recognized by Xiao Jingyan, the Shi clan and the Xiao clan would probably break off relations with the law enforcement officers immediately. I raised the tree, nurtured it, waited for it to bloom and bear fruit. Then, I brought a chair and fixed a ladder, ready to pluck the fruit. However, at this moment, someone had picked the fruit from the ladder he had moved over just as he was about to reach out to pick the fruit. The four of them were feeling this way now. How could they tolerate this? There was a shout. The snowflakes fluttering in the air were all shattered into pieces. The ground also shook a little, but the surroundings were silent. The snowfield was vast, and no one came out. The four of them separated with a swoosh, standing in four directions. Then, with tacit understanding, they stomped their right feet at the same time. Come out! There seemed to be blue electric sparks in the air, suddenly intertwining and flashing. With a boom, all the snow within a radius of several thousand feet flew up close to the ground, hundreds of feet high in the air. The two of them lowered their heads at the same time. Their eyes flashed across the ground around them, and the other two looked up at the same time. They focused their eyes on the empty snow to see if there was anyone hiding. At this moment, a hoarse laugh with endless vicissitudes of life sounded. A black shadow suddenly flashed out from the white snow. Without landing, it went 1,000 feet northwest like a wisp of smoke. Haha, only you can frame the Li clan, but I can't take advantage of the situation? By the time he finished speaking, he was already 2,000 feet away. The four of them struck out at the same time. For hurricanes merged into one, winding and spiraling into a thick tornado, chasing after him rapidly. Then, it transformed into a huge golden palm with a radius of 1,000 feet and slammed down fiercely. It slammed the escaping shadow into the ground in an instant. Before the four of them could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw that the black shadow actually jumped up again without a scratch. He laughed mockingly and said, "What great martial arts! How majestic! How murderous! Hee hee. I've learned a lot." With a whoosh, he flew out like a clear black line in the wind and snow. A strong enemy. An expert. Chase. The four of them felt a chill in their hearts. With a leap, they chased after him like clouds. This person must not be allowed to escape. If he were to leak out today's matter, it would be a huge problem. The four figures disappeared in front of them. The empty snow fell to the ground with a plop, splashing up like an avalanche and spreading outwards like waves. 11 figures of the same color as the white snow leaped up from the accumulated snow. It was Chu Yong and the others. Gu Duxing looked at them strangely and counted. He wondered, they're still here. Who was it that led them away just now? It's a little trick of mine. Chu Yong said hurriedly, let's chase after them. Today, we must find out the origins of these four people. We must find out who is the person behind all this. The 11 of them flew out at the same time, sticking close to the ground. Dense snowflakes fell from the sky. In a short time, the messy battlefield was restored to a silver and white state. There were no traces at all. Luo Kadi and GMO were puzzled as they flew. They opened their mouths and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. They asked telepathically, since we want to find out their origins, we could have just come out directly to capture and interrogate them. Why did we have to lead them away first and then chase after them? Chu Yong and Mo Tianji rolled their eyes and pretended not to hear. They really had nothing to say to these two blockheads. These two were definitely not stupid. It was just that as long as Chu Yong, Mo Tianji and the others were by their side, they would definitely not use their brains to think. The two of you just happened to add up to a well character. Ao Sheyun sneered and said, one is too horizontally, the other is too vertically. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. RV. Chapter 1436. GMO flew into a rage. You're smart? Then you can say 4 or 5. If you can't, be careful that second Master G will cut off your penis. Ao Sheyan snorted and said, when we came out earlier, it was a direct confrontation. We were in the open and didn't have much of an advantage. But now, they don't know about our existence. We are in the dark and behind their backs. This can reduce casualties. Do you understand? Smart kids remember the net and are super fast at typing, especially for the sake of you two idiots. What if you two are so stupid and get cut off by others? Do you understand? And this way, their backs are facing us and we are in the dark. There is something in front that attracts them and makes them uneasy. Our chances of winning are almost 5 times higher than in a direct confrontation. And you still want to fight them head-on? Ao Sheyun shook his head repeatedly. I'm really puzzled. Is there tofu residue or tofu residue in your head? GMO and Luo Kudi's faces instantly became like a monkey's butt. They wanted to refute. Firstly, this wasn't the time to throw a tantrum. Secondly, they really couldn't refute. Indeed, the two of them didn't think of this point. Now that they were scolded, they deserved it. Ao Sheyan also didn't know what method Chu Yong used to lure the enemies away. At this moment, he was also confused. If GMO and Luo Kudi fought back here, Ao Sheyan could only avoid the battle. However, GMO and Luo Kudi had ignored this important question that could allow them to turn defeat into victory. They looked at each other resentfully and GMO scolded hatefully. It's all your fault. You idiot. You made me despise you. Luo Kudi said angrily, you're smart? Why didn't you think of it? The two of them looked at each other fiercely and snorted heavily. One turned his head to the west, and the other turned his head to the east. They stopped talking. Chu Yong, Gu Duxing, Mo Tianji, and the rest of the 8 almost burst out laughing. What Ao Sheyan said today was really classic. The two of you form a well. One is too horizontally, and the other is too vertically. I'm really puzzled. Is there tofu residue or tofu residue in your head? Regarding this question, it's not appropriate to answer. But no one knew that GMO had already answered in his heart. He gritted his teeth. My head isn't tofu residue. It's not tofu residue either. It's pretending to be a puppy. Up ahead, the four masked men in white chased after the black shadow in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed dozens of miles. The black shadow kept its head down as it sprinted. It was always leading by less than 1,000 feet. He couldn't pull her away, nor could he get close to her. The snowflakes in the sky were thick and dense. If it weren't for the fact that the four of them had a high cultivation base, they would have lost him long ago. This made the four of them very anxious. This distance was really too fucking awkward. At such a distance, if the person in front of them was just a little bit weaker, like a 7th grade supreme martial artist or a middle grade supreme martial artist, the four of them would be able to kill him with a single palm strike. However, the person in front of them was obviously not weaker than them. At such a distance, he couldn't do it. Moreover, after a palm strike, if he didn't kill him, he would be used by the other party as a propulsion force to speed up his escape. "Boss, what should we do?" one of the white-robed men asked, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty eagerness. The white-robed man in the lead chased madly, while looking at the surrounding terrain. There was a mountain pass in front of them. The four of them had just passed through here. There were 2 mountains side by side, and there was another mountain behind them. It was a winding path. This was also the path that Chu Yang and the others had taken to escape. The mountain was hard. It couldn't be shaken. The eyes of the white-robed man in the lead suddenly lit up. He said hurriedly, "There's a big bend in front. If he wants to leave, he has to go around it. If he goes around it, it'll be our chance. We'll immediately split into 2. 3rd and 4th. The 2 of you will immediately go around from the left and go around to the front. 2nd and I will immediately activate the secret technique and use our life force to speed up. We'll catch up with him and hold him back. Once you guys arrive, you can keep him here." Okay, this plan was really the most reasonable one at the moment. After chasing for so long, the four of them already knew that the strength of both parties was about the same. The other party was also an 8th grade supreme martial artist. As long as they could use their life force to activate the secret technique, they would definitely be able to catch up with him. Catching up with him and holding him back with the strength of 2 people was absolutely foolproof. And in this period of time, the 2 people who went around just happened to arrive as the fresh troops. By this time, both parties were almost exhausted. Even if the other party still had combat power, it would definitely not be more than half. The 2 people who had used up their life force could take a rest at this moment, and the fresh troops would press on with all their might. They could capture or kill the enemy in one fell swoop. It was not advisable for the 4 of them to burn their life force together, because then all 4 of them would be exhausted at the same time. If they encountered a strong enemy, it would be a complete wipeout. The discussion was settled. The white-robed man in the lead roared, "Stop! How could the black shadows in front be willing to stop?" They continued to fly, and were already close to the mountain pass. The 2 white-robed men suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Then, the 2 white shadows suddenly shot forward like a rocket. With a whoosh sound, they chased after the white-robed men at twice the speed they had just used. The other 2 figures shot out like lightning, flying close to the ground. Along the left side, like 2 wisps of smoke, they were about to fly up to the peak. The 4 of them separated. At the back, Rue Butong, who had always been on the side, growled, "Rue Butong, left." "Hey!" Rue Butong let out a muffled roar. His whole body suddenly emitted hot air. In an instant, it was as if a fire phoenix had appeared in front of everyone. His 2 feet stomped on the ground, and his body flew 500 feet into the air. His 2 arms spread out like a big bird, and with a whoosh, he flew out in the air. His speed was so fast that the sound of the wind caused by his movement actually caused the oncoming wind to pause for a moment. It was the secret technique of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix dances in the clear sky. Once it was used, it could allow people with the Phoenix bloodline to fly in the air like a real phoenix. As long as one breath of energy was not used up, they could continue to fly. Rue Budong's figure flashed in the white snow overhead and disappeared like a shooting star. Then, he flashed again 2,000 feet in front of them and disappeared completely. Mo Tianji said hurriedly. The 10 of them flashed and flew toward the left side of Rue Budong. These people were related to the doubts in Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's hearts, as well as their future plans. No matter what, they had to be clear. Now that they had split up, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The distance was getting closer and closer. The murderous look in the eyes of the two masked men in white became more and more serious. At this time, they didn't say a word. With the strength of this person in front of them, he must be an important person in the Li clan. If they killed this person, the Li clan's strength would be greatly reduced. They were already close to 500 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet. The two of them were already prepared to pounce over in one go. The light dimmed, and the sound of the wind suddenly became urgent. The three of them rushed into the mountain pass almost at the same time. And on the other side, the two people who took a roundabout route had already reached the mountainside. Success was right in front of them. At this time, the black shadow running in front suddenly turned back and suddenly spun on the spot like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, he flew back close to the ground. His body spun in a spiral, just like an oversized drill. The distance between the three of them had reached a point where they could attack. The two men in white had already gathered their strength and were ready to attack. Even if it were the two of them, they had no confidence that they would be able to turn around and retreat in such a short period of time. Not only did they have to endure the immense pain of their meridians going against the flow, but they also had to have the timing. And it was even more important to grasp the timing. If they didn't grasp the timing well, they would be walking right into the enemy's trap. But this person did everything as if it was a part of nature. He did it effortlessly, charging forward violently. Carelessly retreating, his speed actually didn't decrease at all. The two of them were still charging forward. With a roar, the two of them stabbed out with their swords at the same time, and their left palms, which had already accumulated to the peak, also slapped out fiercely. The two of them came into contact in an instant. That black shadow rushed forward close to the ground, causing the two swords to lose their target at the same time. Two palms also whizzed out, but only the residual force hit the back of the man in black. Burning life force could not only increase speed, but also cultivation and strength. Although it was just residual force, this kind of strength after two 8th-grade supreme martial artists leveled up was not something that an 8th-grade supreme martial artist's body could withstand. The two of them relaxed. They thought that they would at least be seriously injured by the fake. But just as this thought arose in their minds, they saw that the man in black rushed through the gap between the two of them like a loach and actually started to run back. The speed of the three of them was extremely fast. After one contact, they passed by each other. The two of them couldn't hold back their momentum and rushed out more than 100 feet, and that black shadow had already rushed out more than 100 feet in the opposite direction. The attack of two 8th-grade supreme martial artists didn't even make him cough up a mouthful of blood. This kind of thing made the two men in white almost vomit blood themselves. They hurriedly turned around and continued to pursue. They were really so angry that their bellies were about to explode. The black shadow in front of them turned a corner and fled to the right, sticking close to the mountain wall. The two of them gave chase without even thinking. In the sky, "I'll chase you to the Lingxiao Hall." In the ground, "I'll chase you to the King of Hell Palace." With a few whooshes, the three of them had already disappeared into the wind and snow, one fleeing and two chasing. This is bad. This direction is wrong. It's going in the opposite direction from 3rd and 4th. The leader of the masked men in white secretly cursed. The original plan was completely destroyed by the other party's turn and escape. Let's catch up with him first. With a long whistle, 3rd and 4th will find the direction and rush over. There's no need to worry about them. The second man in white said, "That's true. Then let's speed up." The black shadow in front seemed to be tireless, running in a straight line with its head down. In an instant, it had covered dozens of miles of mountain road and disappeared at the foot of the mountain. The four men in white split into two, left and right, and the distance between them was getting farther and farther. The two men in white, 3rd and 4th, who were climbing, flew up to the mountainside with a few whooshes. They took a breath, and with a few more whooshes, they reached the top of the mountain. This was a snowy cliff, very steep. They only needed to flip over this mountain and complete the roundabout plan. The two of them took a breath, raised their heads at the same time, looked at the distance, and prepared to leap up. At this moment, a head suddenly popped out from above their heads, two shifty eyes looking down. RQ. Chapter 1437. Of course, if it was really an expert in interrogation, there was another most suitable candidate here. And it was a top expert. It was Imole. This was the black demon from his previous life. But Imole's current identity was his brother's wife. How could Chu Yang order her to do this? 4 snow walls were built to form a separate interrogation room. Ao Sheun and Xie Danxiong carried the 2 people in. Instantly, screams came from inside. At first, it was cold snorts and contemptuous spitting sounds. Then, it was unknown what was going on. All in all, the sound was extremely terrifying. Even Imo Tianji had goosebumps on his face. Then, the earth-shattering screams would make anyone who heard it cry. Imo Tianji immediately asked Imo Qingwu to go far away to one side. He even tore a piece of cloth from his robe and plugged Imo Qingwu's ears. Chu Yang and the others naturally wouldn't be there. They all walked to Imo Qingwu's side, far away from the snow house. After a long time, Luo Kadi had already returned with Rue Badong on his back. Xie Danxiong still hadn't come out. Ao Sheyan came out 7 or 8 times. The first time he came out, he almost threw up his intestines. He vomited crazily until he was sure there was nothing in his stomach before he went back in. But after a while, he came out to vomit again. Even someone like Ao Sheyan could vomit. It was clear how much the 2 people inside were tortured. Tough guys. Imo Tianji looked at the still snow house and sighed deeply. I don't want to humiliate such tough guys. But if we don't do this, we won't be able to get the information we want. This is something that can't be helped. Chu Yang took a breath. It was as if the snow still carried the smell of blood. He said softly, yes, we are also doing this for survival. In this world, there are too many good guys. It's a pity that there are too many good guys who are our enemies. Everyone fell silent, especially Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. They frowned and were deep in thought. The 2 of them weren't stupid. They naturally knew that Chu Yang and Imo Tianji's words were actually meant for the 2 of them. After a long time, the screams inside became softer. But after a while, suddenly, she started to shout angrily. Imo Tianji had a complicated look on his face. He said, Xie Danxiong is really ruthless. He gave these 2 people incomplete versions of the heavy pills. Even Chu Yang shuddered when he heard these words. A full 4 hours passed. Ao Sheyan came out to vomit a few more times. Xie Danxiong finally came out. As soon as he came out, his calm and gentle expression suddenly changed. Then, he took a big step forward and vomited violently. Even when there was nothing left in his stomach, it was still acidic water. In the end, he even vomited blood, and tears flowed down his face. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji instructed everyone to wait in place. Then, the 2 of them quickly walked over. How is it? Chu Yang first gave Xie Danxiong a pill. Then, he helped him circulate his energy to catalyze it before asking. Xie Danxiong looked exhausted. His face was somewhat pale as he said in a low voice, I've asked clearly. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji felt their spirits shake. Then, Xie Danxiong spoke tirelessly. The more Chu Yang and Imo Tianji listened, the uglier their faces became. They thought that they could catch a small fish here, but they never thought that they would catch a huge whale. On the other side, 2 of the 4 white-robed men chased after the black shadow. After 50 miles, they felt that the person in front of them slowed down. The 2 of them were about to go forward and fight. Suddenly, there was a tremor behind them. A long cry came from afar. Then, there was a rumbling sound. There are enemies over there. The leader of the black-robed masked men immediately knew that things were not good. He immediately stopped. Another person said, Why? With the cultivation of 3rd and 4th brother, no matter what enemies they encounter, they should be fine. Even if they can't beat them, they should be able to escape. The leader of the white-robed men said with a heavy face, Not necessarily. What I'm worried about now is whether we have fallen into a trap, whether the enemies are attacking us one by one. The other person's face also changed. The rumbling sound behind them became louder and louder. It was as if a whole mountain had collapsed. But now, they were more than 100 miles away from the mountain pass. Not to mention such heavy snow, even if the sky was clear, they probably wouldn't be able to see it. Let's go back and take a look. The leader of the black-robed, masked men only felt upset. Okay, brothers were connected by heart. The second person naturally felt uneasy. A strong sense of foreboding shrouded his heart. Let's go. The two of them jumped up at the same time and were about to rush back. The two of them gave up on the black-robed man that they had been chasing for so long. But even if they gave up, the other party would not necessarily give up. At this moment, a voice full of vicissitudes of life said lightly, "Go? You want to chase and leave as you wish? How can there be such an easy thing in this world?" As the voice spoke, a sharp pressure, as if it had been hundreds of thousands of years of vicissitudes of life, pressed down on them. Under this pressure, the two 8th-grade supreme martial artists felt an extreme sense of danger at the same time. It was as if they were being targeted by a poisonous snake. Goosebumps were about to rise all over their bodies. Under such pressure, if the two of them walked according to their original plan, then the gap behind them would be completely under the enemy's control. Facing such an expert, exposing such a gap was almost equivalent to being at the mercy of the enemy. The two of them felt a wave of regret and fear. After chasing the other party for so long, they actually didn't know that the other party was such a super expert. The two of them slowly turned around. Looking at the black shadow in front of them, they said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" The black shadow stood there now, but it still gave the two of them a feeling. It was a cloud of fog. It didn't have a physical body at all. The two of them never dreamed that there was such a person in the world. The black shadow sneered. "Who am I? You have chased me for so long. Don't you know?" The black shadow was, of course, the sword spirit that came out of the tribulation space. Only he had the ability to completely entangle these two people. This was the first time that the sword spirit's body had materialized. The two men in white took a few steps back at the same time. In a low voice they said, "Since you have such cultivation, you must have a name. We are all people of the martial world. There is no point in hiding. Please be more straightforward." The sword spirit sneered. "Since there is no point in hiding, then who are the two of you? What are your names?" The two of them were speechless at the same time. If they could register, why would they cover their faces? The sword spirit's body fluttered. The two of them were shocked at the same time, thinking that he was going to attack. They pressed their hands on the hilts of their swords at the same time. With a clang, their swords were unsheathed at the same time. Under the guidance of the aura, the two 8th-grade supreme martial artists drew their swords together. The momentum was amazing. Even the surrounding snowflakes were cut into pieces by the sudden sword aura. The swords were like spiritual snakes, piercing toward the sword spirit. The sword spirit didn't dodge. He just looked at the two of them bleakly. His gaze was indifferent. Swoosh. The two swords pierced into the sword spirit's body at the same time. Although the two men in white didn't know why the other party didn't dodge, they couldn't help but feel ecstatic when the swords pierced into the other party's body. They hurriedly activated their internal energy, and the sword aura exploded at the same time. But then, something that shocked the two of them happened. Their sword aura rampaged in the other party's body, but it was as if they were stirring up a thick fog. There was no sense of substance at all. The two of them were almost scared to death. Had the enemy left? Only an illusion was left? Looking up, they saw the other party's shining eyes looking at them bleakly. There was actually a sense of scrutiny. The two of them shuddered and almost froze there. What kind of martial arts was this? He allowed the swords to enter his body and allowed the sword aura to stir his internal organs, but he was indifferent, as if he wasn't hurt at all. Even though the two of them were 8th-grade supreme martial artists, they were really dizzy at this moment. No matter what kind of martial arts this was, but what kind of cultivation could be so arrogant? Could be so unscrupulous? Thinking of this, the two of them even felt their legs go soft. The sword spirit looked at the two of them holding the sword hilts. Looking at the swords that were completely inserted into his body, he frowned and asked curiously, "Is this okay?" The two of them were almost crying. "Is that okay? What do you think?" "Damn it! the sword spirit stretched out a hand. The two of them could clearly see that this hand was a little thin and pale. One look and they could tell that it was the hand of an old man. They saw this injured hand pinching the blade of the sword with two pale fingers. He murmured, "This is the heart, right? This sword of yours is also quite interesting. This sword belonged to the leader in white. This sword was also directly inserted into his heart. By right, it was a fatal injury, but the other party actually didn't seem to notice it at all. He allowed the sword to be inserted into his heart and even said, 'This sword of yours is also quite interesting.' How interesting it was. The man in white didn't feel it at all. But how terrifying it was. He deeply experienced it. Was he still human? Let go. How can such a piece of scrap metal hurt me?" The sword spirit seemed to be a little regretful as he said. The two of them let go of their hands in a daze and looked at him in horror. The sword spirit sighed and used his hand to grab the sword hilt. Little by little, he pulled it out of his stomach. The blade of the sword was clear, and there was no blood at all. With a bang, the sword fell on the snowy ground. With another bang, the sword fell on the snowy ground again. The blade of the sword was clean. The two men in white saw at the same time that the small hole in the body of this mysterious and unfathomable expert in front of them was actually slowly healing. The two of them groaned. What kind of monster did we meet? The body under the clothes couldn't be seen, but even the clothes could automatically heal. What more the body? Take the sword away. The sword spirit sighed regretfully. It seemed that he was very regretful that the others didn't kill him. The two of them bent down like wooden puppets and picked up the sword. They didn't know what to say. Even if the sky fell down at this moment, the two supreme martial artists would still feel that it wasn't as shocking as what was happening in front of them at this moment. RQ. Chapter 1438. This situation was a little comical. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands in the top of the mountain. There was a huge rock. Two people were under the huge rock, craning their necks and looking up carefully. On the top of the huge rock, one person was looking down carefully with his head lowered. Their eyes met at once. The three of them looked at each other at the same time, then opened their mouths and screamed at the same time. Never in their wildest dreams would the two men in white have imagined that they had rushed here at full speed with great difficulty. Just as they were about to cross the mountain, a person would suddenly appear from above. Rue Badong also didn't expect the two of them to be so fast. He had flown here directly from a high altitude in a straight line. He wanted to stretch his head out to see where the two of them were, but when he stretched his head out, he almost bumped into their foreheads. He couldn't help but scream as well. The three of them screamed at the same time, and Rue Badong was the first to attack. "You scared me. Go down." Two palms and snow danced in the air. The two of them were hanging from the cliff. Faced with Rue Badong's attack, they had no choice but to use one hand to receive it. With a boom, Rue Badong was sent flying high into the air like a spinning ball. Rue Badong had used 120% of his strength in this attack, but especially so, all the recoil was also unprecedentedly huge. The two of them were genuine 8th grade supreme martial artists. He flew up, spitting out blood. He only felt that his internal organs were completely shattered at this moment, and he was actually sent flying all the way to the clouds. He almost lost all consciousness. "I didn't even think of fighting head-on." In a daze, Rue Badong thought very wrongly. "But it's too much of a coincidence, below." The two men in white screamed. Under the strong impact, and with the other party's huge force from above, they couldn't hold on to the mountain wall at all. With a crack, the stone wall that they were holding onto with their other hand turned into powder, and then they tumbled down headfirst. This was a cliff at the top of the mountain, thousands of feet high. This tumble wasn't a big deal, but they immediately rolled down from the top of the mountain. Rue Badong's attack power hadn't disappeared, and together with the recoil, the two of them couldn't control their bodies at all and couldn't stop at all. They rolled down vigorously all the way. Immediately, the big rock that Rue Badong was on shook, and with a loud bang, it rolled down from the top of the mountain like a meteor. Boom, 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 boom. This burst of momentum was truly earth-shaking. Chu Yang and the others hurried over. They had just arrived at the foot of the mountain when they saw that the top of the mountain suddenly trembled as if there was an earthquake. Then, the trembling became more and more intense, and slowly, the mountains began to echo. Rumble then, everyone was shocked to find that the snow on top of the mountain suddenly started an avalanche. As large chunks of snow fell, the mountain also began to collapse, and at the forefront, two huge snowballs rolled down from the top of the mountain. Wherever they rolled, the snowflakes would fall on them. Very quickly, they formed two gigantic snowballs. He rolled down from the top of the mountain like a thunderbolt. His aura was truly terrifying to the extreme. Behind these two huge snowballs, there was an even bigger snowball. It was that huge rock, and the sound was even more deafening. The avalanche was caused by this thing, and it smashed down with a rumble. It was rolling down one somersault at a slower speed. However, as the accumulated snow slowly stuck to the boulder slowly became round. In the end, it even formed an extra-large snowball. It carried with it a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it madly rolled down in a heroic manner. Oh my God! GMO bit his little finger, his face full of shock. Today, I finally understand what it means to roll down the mountain like a drum. This is too fucking spectacular. In the blink of an eye, the two snowballs had already rolled to the front. Behind them, there was a magnificent scene as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Countless snowballs rolled down after being formed, and then the snowy waves on the sea were like monstrous waves. Some stones shot out from the layer of snow, flying into the sky, and then rolled down. Just as the two hill-sized gimmicks were about to crush the crowd, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Dodge! Dong Wushang roared. Don't dodge! Chu Yang and Imo Tianji roared. Attack these three snowballs. There must be enemies inside. The two of them thought very quickly. Why was there an avalanche? Rue Butong had attacked, and Rue Butong must have reached the top of the mountain first to be able to create such a result. If the other party had gone up first, Rue Butong would have been chopped into minced meat long ago. Since Rue Butong attacked from above, then the enemy must have fallen. After falling, of course, they would roll into the snow, and it was a cliff, so they must have rolled all the way down. And for other avalanches and so on, they had to first create a certain amount of vibration. Therefore, when these two people rolled down, they would definitely be in front of the avalanche. Now, there were only 3 huge snowballs in front of the avalanche. Since that was the case, then among these 3, 2 of them must be those 2 supreme martial artists. At the command, the brothers immediately attacked. Chu Yang roared. He pushed against the ground with one hand, and with a boom, the ground in front of him, which was hundreds of feet thick, was lifted up to meet the snowballs. Then, he became one with his sword and rushed over. This time, he used the sword technique of the second fragment of the Calamity Sword, a sword blade that has been famous since ancient times, sweeping the wind and clouds from the west to the east. The sun and the moon are his thunder generals, splitting mountains and breaking peaks, and the sky is blood red. The long sword emitted a green-blue electric glow, drawing a beautiful color in the vast expanse of snow. Then, it gathered fiercely, and a rainbow appeared in the vast sky and snow. It was like the fury of the thunder god. Gu Duxing became one with his sword and pierced straight through the air. Dong Wushang raised his saber high above his head and slashed down with all his strength. The others, Ao Xieyun, Xiadanxiong, GMO, Luo Kadi, Imo Lei Imo Qingwu, and so on, all attacked at the same time. Everyone attacked with a killer move. Imo Tianji was so anxious that he jumped and shouted, "I want them alive! I want them alive!" In the blink of an eye, the 2 white-robed people inside the 2 snowballs sensed a huge danger. Ignoring the fact that they were still rolling, they exerted their strength fiercely. With 2 loud booms, countless snowballs suddenly shot out in all directions like exploding flowers. They were as fast as lightning, with a strong impact force. But Gu Duxing and the others didn't retreat. They allowed the snowballs to hit their faces and bodies. Their hands attacked as usual. The 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists had just opened their eyes when they saw a mountain of sabers and a forest of swords coming towards them. At this moment, The two of them really had the urge to pee in their pants. My God, where did so many experts suddenly appear from? There was clearly no one for thousands of miles just now. This was too unreal. But the two of them didn't have time to think. They couldn't even stand up and were still rolling. So, they drew their swords. Boom, boom, boom. They first used sword light to protect their vital parts. Both of them revealed a vicious look in their eyes. Not only was it vicious to the enemy, but it was also vicious to themselves. At this point, they could only fight with their lives. Anyone in this situation would have the same choice as these two. They had reached the top of the mountain with great difficulty, but they were caught off guard and attacked. They were forced down in one move and turned into snowballs, but they couldn't stop their momentum. It wasn't easy to shake off the snowballs with all their might. What came towards them was a sea of saber light and sword light, and all of them were supreme martial artist experts who had surpassed the boundary between a mortal and mortal. Not to mention the two of them, even with the cultivation of the Moon Breeze couple, under such circumstances, their minds were also blank. This was something beyond the scope of human thinking. Green light flashed, sword energy rose, and saber light was shrill. Boom. Everyone was in a state of desperation. They collided together crazily. A scream shook the sky. 17 to 18 sword marks appeared on one of the supreme martial artist's body. One of his arms was chopped off. Blood spurted out like a fountain from all over his body. He finally stood still. But a transparent hole appeared at the base of his thigh. The right side of his chest was even more bloody. His pale ribs were broken and hanging outside. But Gu Duxing, GMO, and Luo Kadi, who attacked him, staggered backward at the same time. Luo Kadi only retreated 5 steps before he fell to the ground. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. A thin wound on his shoulder spread on his white robe, all the way to his chest. Then, blood broke through the blockade and spurted out in a line. In this confrontation, the enemy had almost separated his entire body. GMO rolled out. His body was also covered with sword marks. He spat out blood as he rolled. Gu Duxing was not in a good state either. The sword wound on his left arm was almost bone deep. His face was flushed, but he was the one who was in the best situation. He did not have time to look at the situation of the enemy. He pulled Luo Kadi over and threw an incomplete version of the heavy pill into Luo Kadi's mouth. Then, he caught up with GMO and did the same. Then, he turned into a long rainbow and came back. At this time, the 8th grade supreme martial artist's eyes widened. He could not support his body and fell backward. Gu Duxing flew up and knocked him out with a slap. Then, he grabbed him by the neck and retreated quickly. GMO and Luo Kadi had already taken the incomplete version of the heavy pill. The two of them could be said to be fine, but this person's body could no longer withstand the subsequent snow waves. It was enough to crush him to death, and Mo Tianji said that he wanted him alive. So, Gu Duxing made a prompt decision to knock this person out and take him away. The battle circle on his side had already ended. Chu Yang led a group of female soldiers and Xie Danqiang to attack the other person. This battle was really too rushed. To these two supreme martial artists, it was rushed. But to Chu Yang and the others, how was it not? They were also rushing into battle. Chu Yang was duty-bound. He could only charge at the front. Mo Qingwu could not be hurt. If she was hurt, he would be heartbroken. Imole was his sister-in-law. She could not be hurt either. But the two female soldiers were still charging very quickly. Chu Yang swung his sword. Together with his sword, he turned into a round light pillar. His whole body was covered with bright and cold sword aura. He took the lead, but he was still not the fastest. Because, at the same time that he rushed up, there was already an extremely bright flower blooming above the head of the white-robed supreme martial artist. Xie Danqiang's jasper flower. Chapter 1439. At this moment, a dreamlike color was added to this mountain collapsing, tsunami-like scene. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands. This white-robed man was the third of the 4 experts. Suddenly encountering such a desperate attack, he was instantly thrown into disarray. Instinctively, before he could stop his body's momentum, He used all the methods that he could think of, all the methods that he thought were powerful, without any purpose in mind. For a moment, at the front of this avalanche, a huge tornado appeared with a whoosh. Xie Danqiong's viburnum flowers were scattered in the blink of an eye. Xie Danqiong snorted and somersaulted into the air, clearing a path for Chu Yang to attack. He also dodged the powerful attack himself. Although the viburnum flowers only flashed for a moment, this person's head and shoulders were already splattered with blood. The viburnum flowers, after all, the blood flowers that exclusively belonged to the viburnum flowers had begun to bloom. Then, Chu Yang's powerful calamity sword technique came from the air with a majestic aura. The viburnum flowers were already dazzling in his eyes. He had not adjusted his center of gravity after rolling down from the mountain peak. His panic and fury from the sudden attack had not disappeared yet. Right now, this white-robed supreme martial artist was at the saddest moment of his life. Seeing the long sword's sword light, he roared and stabbed his sword with all his might. With two clangs, the long sword in the supreme martial artist's hand shattered under the calamity sword technique. Chu Yang's long sword remained motionless and resolute as it stabbed towards his chest. The white-robed man put his hands together. The wind from his palms suddenly sounded. But then, his skin and flesh were torn apart. Chu Yang let out a blood-curdling scream, and his legs flew up like a whirlwind. Chu Yang's swordlight scattered, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. The swordlight flashed, and Chu Yang's legs flew up while spinning. Two fountains of blood spurted out from the wounds. This supreme martial artist's scream was no longer a human's voice. His right hand, which was already bony and without any flesh, slammed desperately on Chu Yang's chest. But Chu Yang's long sword had already broken in the end. The sky was blood-red. With a swoosh, his left and right arms were severed at the shoulder at the same time, one to the left and one to the right. They flew far away into the raging snowstorm and disappeared in a flash. Chu Yang rolled on the ground. Two of his ribs were broken, but he didn't retreat, because at this moment, Emo Qingwu and Emo Lei, Er's attacks had already rushed in from the left and right behind him. Keep him alive, Chu Yang shouted in a deep voice. Emo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber moved to the side. Emo Lei raised her short sword and dodged the man in white's vital points. However, at the same time, her other hand struck the man in white's chest with the force of 1,000 pounds. Only after attacking did they discover that the man had lost all his limbs. The two women were stunned. With a wah sound, the man's body, which had lost all 4 of his limbs, was heavily injured. He flew up from the ground, heading towards the nearby avalanche storm. Chu Yang's figure flashed, and he grabbed his chest. He shouted, "Retreat!" The 4 of them retreated like a whirlwind. With each flash, they were 300 meters away. The place where the battle took place had already been submerged by the surging snow waves. Mo Tianji did not participate in the battle. The most unlucky ones were probably Dong Wushang and Ao Xian. These 2 brothers rushed up like mad tigers. With a saber and a sword, they attacked the biggest snowball at the same time. With a boom, the snowball was split into 2 halves. A huge rock weighing tens of thousands of kilograms was split into 2, smashing towards Dong Wushang and Ao Xianyun's heads. Fuck! At this moment, whether it was the graceful Ao Xianyun or Dong Wushang, who had always been as steady as a mountain, both of them could not help but curse. The 2 of them were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They attacked with all their might, ready to subdue the enemy. Who would have thought that there was actually a huge rock inside? However, the power of its momentum was not to be underestimated. This rock rolled down from the top of the mountain from 3,000 feet high. The inertia it carried was simply destructive. No matter how unwilling the 2 of them were, they could only use their own sabers and swords to split this abominable rock into 2 halves again. Behind them were their brothers and sisters. How could the 2 of them let such a huge rock pass? However, their wrists were already sore and numb from the previous attack. Now that they had to do it again, their chests immediately felt stuffy and they hurriedly retreated. One huge rock turned into 4 pieces, and its momentum didn't stop. Mo Tianji's sleeves fluttered as he rushed forward like lightning. With 2 kicks, He kicked Dong Wushang and Aoshan far away. Then, with a snort, he lifted up a huge piece of land from the ground and threw it fiercely onto it. Then, he immediately retreated. With a boom, a wave of snow shot into the sky. It directly shot thousands of feet into the sky. The 10 of them quickly retreated, dodging and dodging. They ran for an unknown distance before they managed to avoid this wave of avalanches. As they retreated, everyone realized that Dong Wushang's posture was a little strange. This mighty and domineering second master Dong was frowning. His back was bent, and his legs were together as he jumped. He jumped again and actually refused to take large strides to run. This made the brothers, who were familiar with Dong Wushang's bold style, feel extremely strange. After finally escaping from danger, Dong Wushang immediately sat down on the ground. His 2 hands covered his lower abdomen. His face turned black, and beads of sweat dripped down. What's wrong? Chu Yang carried the white-robed supreme martial artist over and placed him on the ground as he asked Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang's forehead was full of sweat. Mo Lei stood at the side, glaring angrily at Mo Tianji. What's wrong? You should ask Mo Tianji. That bastard. Dong Wushang's lips were trembling. His boorish face was distorted, and his voice was trembling, as if he was trying his best to suppress his pain. Ask Mo Tianji? GMO scratched his head, confused. Luo Kugdi also scratched his head and said thoughtfully, looking at fourth brother Dong, "It seems like he has hurt his bird." Everyone looked and felt that Luo Kugdi's words made sense. Mo Tianji was also confused. He walked forward and asked, "Ask me? What's wrong?" Dong Wushang was in so much pain that his mouth was crooked. You. Where did you kick? I. Fuck you. You bastard. Mo Lei complained with a black face. Second brother Mo. Did you do it on purpose? Mo Tianji was speechless, and he was a little embarrassed. Mo Lei's words especially made Mo Tianji even more embarrassed. It turned out that one of the 2 kicks that Mo Tianji used to show off his power had landed on Dong Wushang's crotch, and it was purely an accident. At that time, Mo Tianji was only in a hurry to kick the 2 of them away, but who knew that he would kick there? Second Master Dong was almost tortured to death along the way. This place was not like other places. No matter how mighty Dong Wushang was, no matter how strong he was, he would definitely not be able to endure being kicked like this. Hurry up and take a look. Mo Tianji was a little regretful. See if it can still be used. Mo Lei's face instantly turned red. She glared fiercely at Mo Tianji and stepped to one side with a red face. Ha ha ha. GMO, Luo Kudi, Ao Xiayun and the rest laughed, holding their stomachs. No one had seen Mo Tianji's embarrassed look before, and they really enjoyed it today. Xie Dinxiong was the fastest. He directly used the snow to create a wall, isolating Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei outside. Then, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji carried Dong Wushang in to take a look. GMO also shamelessly followed in. After a long time, sounds of relief could be heard from inside. Second Master Ji chuckled as he came out. Everyone asked, "How is it?" Mo Lei's face was red, but her ears perked up, and her eyes secretly glanced at GMO. GMO happily walked over and said in a loud voice, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. It can still be used. It can still be used." Before he finished speaking, poof, Mo Lei kicked GMO in the stomach and then moved forward, punching and kicking him. In the blink of an eye, GMO was hit by more than 10 punches, 30 to 40 kicks, and like a shooting star. His butt flew backward like an arrow, and with a whoosh, he flew out. Mo Lei stomped her feet and hid behind Mo Qingwu, not coming out again. Only the laughter of a bunch of idiots could be heard. After a long time, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji also came out with strange expressions. They seemed to be smiling, obviously trying to hold it in. Then, Second Master Dong came out. He strode out with a majestic gait. But the laughter also turned into a frenzy at this moment. Second Master Dong scratched his head and glared fiercely at Mo Tianji. His black face actually turned red. In the distance, GMO limped back, out of breath. I really have to take my hat off. I actually got beaten up while reporting the good news. A shout came from afar. Come and get me quickly. It was Rue Butong. Lord Phoenix was seriously injured by this attack. When he landed, the avalanche hadn't passed yet, so he couldn't move. His body was bruised all over. When he saw that the avalanche had passed, he carefully went down the mountain. But he was extremely weak, so he could only cry for help. I'll go. Luoku de-volunteered and left in a flash. Both of them are still alive, right? Mo Tianji asked in a low voice. Both of them are alive, Gu Duxing said. How do we start? Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang frowned and said, when dealing with high-level supreme martial artists whose spirits are basically fixed, physical torture is useless. We can only use real torture methods. Mo Tianji was a little worried. Among these people, there really wasn't anyone famous for torture. There were quite a lot of heroes. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang won't do. Chu Yang directly rejected two of them. Mo Tianji agreed. If Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were to be interrogated, if the two of them had the temperament of valuing heroes and saw that the other party was really tough, they would definitely give them a quick death in the name of respect. But then, everything that Mo Tianji had painstakingly planned would be destroyed by the two of them. Chu Yang rubbed his temples and said, Ao Xian and Xie Danxiong will do. Xie Danxiong will be the leader, and Ao Xian will assist. Mo Tianji frowned. Will it work? Chu Yang gave him a reassuring look. Trust me. Mo Tianji didn't say anything. What they didn't know was that in the previous life, Ao Xian and Xie Danxiong were known as Xie Gong and Qianghua respectively. Both of them were overlords of their own areas. However, the two of them were also cold-hearted people. They were much more proficient than Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing when it came to extorting a confession by torture. Chapter 1440. The two supreme martial artists were extremely miserable at this moment. They couldn't advance, retreat, talk, or scold. They looked at the sword spirit in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Smart kids remember network super fast hands. As for fighting, cough, where would they find the courage to fight now? What a joke. What was there to fight when encountering such a monster? The sword energy of an 8th grade supreme martial artist's lifetime of cultivation had swirled around the opponent's internal organs, yet there wasn't a single drop of blood. What was there to fight? The opponent didn't resist at all, even letting you chop him to death. Who would have the courage to fight when facing such an opponent? That was a joke. The sword spirit was helpless too. He was a soul to begin with. Although he had condensed into a physical form and looked like a physical form, in fact, he was still a soul. Some souls might be afraid of fire, some might be afraid of, but he definitely wasn't afraid of weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. They couldn't cause any harm at all. As long as the opponent didn't use soul attacks or mental attacks, the sword spirit would never suffer any harm. But who would dare to use mental attacks against such a monster? Wouldn't that be sending himself to his death? Although the sword spirit couldn't be hurt, he couldn't hurt others either. After all, he was still a spirit body. When he killed Shi Chishu earlier, he was close to the swordmaster and could use the swordmaster's power for his own use, killing him unexpectedly. But now, in the face of these two genuine 8th grade supreme martial artists, the sword spirit was completely powerless. But his task was to delay them and not let them come back to help. The sword spirit was full of confidence in this. He didn't need to deliberately pretend to be anything, and he could create the aura of a peerless expert. He didn't need to deliberately pretend to be something, and there was already no limit to it. He shifted his position and stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the two of them, he just stood on the ground and looked at them, but the two of them had an inexplicable feeling of being looked down on, as if he was standing high above them, like a sovereign descending to the world. The two of them had only felt this feeling in front of the Dharma Supreme. But at this moment, not knowing if it was a psychological effect or something else, the two of them felt the aura of this person in front of them at the same time. More than the Dharma Supreme, more powerful, and much more powerful. Now, both of them had the same feeling at the same time. Could it be that this person was actually a legendary character from ancient times? Thinking of this, the two of them immediately regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. How could they deal with such a powerful figure? Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between an 8th grade supreme martial artist and a middle grade supreme martial artist, the difference was like heaven and earth. Even if the two of them had guts as big as the sky, no matter how confident they were, nor did they dare to be confident that the two of them could defeat the Dharma Supreme. Moreover, this person was obviously stronger than the Dharma Supreme. Although the Dharma Supreme was powerful, he would still die if the sword went into his stomach and the sword aura exploded. However, the person in front of him did not even shed a single drop of blood. Who was strong and who was weak? Was there even a need to ask? Senior, may I ask who it is? The leader of the masked men in white asked nervously. The way she addressed him as senior was very particular. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Even his aura carried a sense of desolation. His gaze was even more like it was from the ancient times. He also had such a shocking martial arts that could make ghosts and gods weep. If such a person wasn't a senior, then who was? The sword spirit sighed and said, "Who am I?" He said in disappointment, "Who am I?" He actually fell silent. He looked up at the sky, as if deep in thought. After a long while, he said in a somewhat desolate manner, "It's been too long, and I've already forgotten who I am. I only remember that the winds and clouds of the world have changed, and the world has changed. Everything is like that. Ha ha ha, you're all young, and you still don't understand how this old man feels. You are young, you still don't understand." The two 8th grade supreme martial artists were a little dizzy. Suddenly, a light flashed in their minds and they asked carefully, "Senior, could you be Wu Chunfeng, Supreme Martial Artist Senior Chinfeng?" The sword spirit frowned at once. "Chinfeng? You mean that Shao Chun from tens of thousands of years ago?" Shao Chun? The two masked men in white were on the verge of collapsing. Heavens! Supreme Martial Artist Chinfeng in front of this person was actually Shao Chun. The sword spirit said very bleakly, "I am older than him. By so many years." The two men in white were completely stunned. So many years older than Supreme Martial Artist Chinfeng. For a long time, the three of them did not speak. The man in white finally mustered up his courage and said, "Senior, we still have 2 brothers. Now, we might." The sword spirit rolled his eyes slightly. The man in white said, "Is it possible for the 2 of us to take our leave first? After we meet up with our 2 brothers, we will listen to Senior's teachings together." The sword spirit laughed coldly. "Before this old man finishes asking, if you dare to take a step, you can try it." The 2 of them instantly froze on the spot like statues. This sentence was said with a murderous aura. It was very clear. "If you dare to move, I will kill you." And without a doubt, the other party had such strength. The rumbling sound in the distance had already gradually disappeared. The 2 of them were burning with anxiety. But if this mysterious and unfathomable old senior in front of them didn't ask them to leave, the 2 of them really didn't dare to move at all. The 2 masked men in white respectfully apologized and said, "Today's matter, we have offended Senior. You have indeed offended me." The sword spirit said faintly, "But this old man has already killed 1 person today. That's enough. I can't kill anymore." He paused and said, "This old man has a habit in his life, and that is to be benevolent. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. How can we casually kill people just because we have martial strength? Isn't that going against the principles of yin and yang?" The 2 of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. They hurriedly said, "Senior is magnanimous and benevolent. This junior will forever be grateful and engraved in his heart." However, they heard the sword spirit continue his unfinished sentence. "Therefore, this old man has always been compassionate towards the state of the universe and the fate of mankind. I have never casually killed anyone. However, there are too many people in this world who deserve to be killed. I have to kill them. Therefore, this old man has made a solemn vow to the heavens and earth. I will only kill 1 person a day. I will not kill more." The words of the 2 men in white were instantly stuck in their throats. For a moment, a feeling of extreme speechlessness surged up from the bottom of their hearts. Fuck. If you kill 1 person a day, then wouldn't you have killed 315 people a year? You are fucking older than Qin Feng by so many years. Then you must have lived for at least 70 to 80,000 years. Doesn't that mean you have killed at least 20 million people? Damn it. You are actually being benevolent and compassionate towards the fate of mankind. This is really… fuck. Human lives are at stake. You can't kill recklessly. The sword spirit sighed deeply. The two men in white were speechless. They didn't know what to say anymore. Even if there are people who offend me, I will only kill one. At most, I will make up for it tomorrow or the day after. The sword spirit smiled desolately. How can human lives be treated lightly? The two supreme martial artists only felt that their heads were buzzing. They couldn't stand this old fellow's pretentiousness anymore. Let me ask you. The sword spirit narrowed his eyes. Senior, please speak. The two of them bowed together. What are you doing here? The sword spirit asked indifferently. You are actually putting on an act with the young man from the Sher clan? Huh. The two of them were instantly shocked. That fellow offended me before. The sword spirit said indifferently, 3 months ago, many people offended me. He was one of them. However, I only kill one person a day. Today, it is his turn. He is the last one. The two of them were instantly enlightened. I see. No wonder this mysterious and powerful senior would suddenly kill Shi Qishu. It turns out that Shi Qishu had offended him in the past. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They both felt alive in their hearts. So, this has nothing to do with us. The sword spirit said indifferently, originally, I wanted to leave after killing someone. I only have 1 quota per day and I have already used it. However, there are 4 of you. How can I have so many quotas for you? The two of them were dumbfounded. Quota for killing people? This old fellow actually acted as if he was giving them face when he killed people? If I didn't leave and the 4 of you offended me, wouldn't I be staying here for 4 days? Wouldn't I have to stay in this world of ice and snow for 4 more days? The sword spirit said indifferently, So, I left. Hee, I didn't expect you to chase after me. This makes me a little curious. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but regret their decision. They couldn't help but raise their hands and give themselves a tight slap on the face. Damn it. How good would it be to let him go? Why did he have to be so meddlesome? Now, I don't even have a say in whether I live or die. Since you're chasing me, I naturally want to play with you. The sword spirit snorted and glanced at the two of them. The two of them were ashen-faced. The remorse in their hearts was indescribable. Who are you? The sword spirit said in an old-fashioned manner. Tell me the truth and I will spare your lives. The two of them hesitated for a while. Then, they shook their heads resolutely and said apologetically, Senior, please forgive us. We have a great responsibility. We can't tell you. The sword spirit frowned. His eyes were cold. The two of them were sweating profusely. However, they didn't say anything this time. Forget it. The sword spirit sighed. I won't make things difficult for you. He thought. 4 hours have passed. Chu Yang should be almost done. Why hasn't he sent a signal yet? Helpless, the sword spirit said with great vicissitudes of life. How about this? You're no match for beans. But you've offended me today. So, I can't let you go so easily. Where would I put my face? The two of them asked in trepidation, What do you want, Senior? I've been lonely for a long time. The sword spirit said in disappointment, I don't know who are the big clans today. Introduce me to the people of the big clans. Sigh. I remember those years. The two of them were helpless. They had no choice but to introduce the big clans with bitter faces. The sword spirit still wanted to listen to the details. So, the time didn't count. After a long time, Chu Yang finally sent a message. Success. And now, the two of them had only introduced 3 big clans. The sword spirit stood up bleakly. It's not interesting at all. Okay, I see that the two of you are in a hurry. Hurry up and get lost. I'll continue to write 10-30 chapters. But, sigh, this is still my temper. I'll say the ugly words first. If I reach 11:30 before 23 o'clock, I won't be able to write any more chapters. So, if you don't want me to owe you, you can stop voting at 10:30. I'm going to write in GRQ. Chapter 1441. The news from Xie Danqiong's interrogation shocked both Imo Tianji and Chu Yang. These are law enforcement officers, and they are from the Law Enforcement Executive Hall. Smart kids remember that they are under the direct command of the Dharma Supreme. A total of 23 people came to the Northwest this time. 5 second-grade Supreme Martial Artists, 5 7th-grade Supreme Martial Artists, and 10 8th-grade Supreme Martial Artists. 3 early-grade Supreme Martial Artists. It is said that the Dharma Supreme has come personally. Just this opening statement was enough to shock Chu Yang and the others. The Dharma Supreme has issued an order for all the clans to send reinforcements. And the Dharma Supreme and the clans have sent people to the upper 3 heavens to check on the news of the tribulation. And they have already confirmed a few people, including Imo Tianji, Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kadi, and me. Xie Danqiong said, "At present, the identities of the 5 of us have already been exposed." Imo Tianji's expression was calm and dark. He asked, "What about the others?" "They are not sure about the others, but they are sure about Li Xiong too." Xie Danqiong smiled somewhat mockingly. "So they have already put in a lot of effort to besiege the Li clan this time." Imo Tianji sneered. "Put in a lot of effort, but it is not enough. I want them to put in all their effort." As Dong Wushang and Rue Batong came to the upper 3 heavens early, they escaped this suspicion. But these people have heard the Dharma Supreme mention Dong Wushang's name before. It looks like Wushang is also being watched. Xie Danqiong said slowly, "The situation in the upper 3 heavens is worrying." "I don't know." He looked at Imo Tianji with a somewhat worried gaze. Chu Yang frowned and asked, "Tianji, have you made arrangements for our relatives and friends in the upper 3 heavens?" Imo Tianji nodded and said, "It should be foolproof." Chu Yang asked, "Oh?" Imo Tianji said indifferently, "I found a large mountain range and built a manor. Everyone is living there, eating and wearing. It is enough for 100 years. Chu Yang frowned. "That is far from enough." Imo Tianji said, "The last time, of the millions of purple crystals you left behind, 100,000 of them, I scattered them all over the upper 3 heavens, using the power of the purple crystals to set up a huge array, covering the entire mountain range. They're all hidden. If one is not proficient in formations..." Imo Tianji gritted his teeth and said, "Even a supreme martial artist at the peak of grade 1 might not be able to break the formation. What about the inside?" Chu Yang asked pointedly. "If someone from the inside came out and was caught, the formation would collapse." Imo Tianji sneered. "How could I not have thought of this? I told everyone that the people inside can come and go as they please. But, in fact, you can neither enter nor leave that great formation. Only after 200 years have passed and the power of the grand formation has weakened will it reveal itself. Otherwise, no one would be able to come out. No one can enter." Imo Tianji faintly smiled. "I, Imo Tianji, have always planned ahead. Since our identities are in danger of being exposed, how can I let myself have any worries?" Imo Tianji looked at Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others with an apologetic look in his eyes. "I lied to you. Because, if I didn't lie to you, with the tempers of our family's archdukes, they definitely wouldn't continue to stay in the mountains. Brothers, please understand." He apologized. Imo Tianji actually apologized. This fact made Chu Yang extremely surprised. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Imo Tianji was. Imo Tianji had always been meticulous. This also gave him an almost vicious self-confidence. He wouldn't bow to anyone. Even if he was really wrong, he would still hold on. He could allow himself to make up for his mistakes in secret, but he definitely wouldn't say it in public. Furthermore, he would never apologize to someone in public. This was Imo Tianji's taboo. In his previous life, the master of calculation and manipulation once said, "I can be wrong, but I can't bow. I can make up for it, but I definitely won't apologize. I can die, but I definitely won't bow." This was Imo Tianji. But Imo Tianji was actually apologizing to others. Even though he was apologizing to his own brother, Chu Yang still felt a huge surprise. He could feel that the current Imo Tianji was much more mature and powerful than he had been in his previous life. Even if a commander who saw all living things as dirt won every battle, there would still be a day when he would be defeated by himself. But a commander who saw through the world and followed the will of the people would be able to prosper for a long time. Even if there were losses, he would become more and more stable. Gu Duxing and the rest were in a huge surprise. When they heard that the Dharma Supreme had confirmed their identities, they immediately started to worry about their families. They were even more worried that their families would be caught when they went out. Now that they heard Mo Tianji's words, they instantly felt relieved. They couldn't even thank him enough. Why would they care about such a small deception? Besides, this deception was done with good intentions. Everyone expressed that they didn't care. Xie Danxiong wanted to continue reporting, but Mo Tianji stopped him. He said, "Let me say a few words first. Since the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers have confirmed our identities, it means that the day of a direct battle is not far away. But our current strength isn't enough yet. So, in the future, each of you will have to make plans or preparations." "What plans and preparations?" GMO asked. "For example, how to hide our identities, how not to be suspected, how not to implicate your brothers, how to improve your strength as soon as possible." Mo Tianji said word by word. Everyone fell into deep thought. What else? Chu Yang looked at Xie Danxiong. Mo Tianji, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Using the sheathed sword in his hand, he drew something on the snowy ground. It seemed to be some kind of map. As he drew, he mumbled to himself. However, the drawing was extremely abstract and no one could understand it. Also, the incident in the Medicine Valley was done by the Dharma Supreme with the law enforcement officers. After the massacre in the Medicine Valley, the Dharma Supreme went in to search for something. When he came out, although he didn't say anything, I could feel that he had found what he needed. Chu Yang's whole body shook. His eyes shone brightly as he gritted his teeth. "Dharma Supreme, it's really you." Mo Tianji suddenly raised his head. "What did the Dharma Supreme find?" Chu Yang snorted and said, "There's no need to think about this. What he found must be the heaven-nourishing jade. Every time the medicine banquet is held, a portion of the heaven-nourishing jade will be left in the Medicine Valley. The Dharma Supreme must have set his eyes on that." Mo Tianji nodded and made a sound of agreement. He didn't understand the use of the heaven-nourishing jade, but he didn't want to ask Chu Yang about it now. Chu Yang was full of doubts. Although the heaven-nourishing jade was heaven-defying, it could only be used on those who were seriously injured and had their spirit shattered. The Dharma Supreme would rather destroy the entire Medicine Valley to snatch the heaven-nourishing jade. Why? Could it be that the heaven-nourishing jade had other uses? After the incident in the Medicine Valley, he framed the extraterrestrial demons and then slandered you as an extraterrestrial demon. This was also how he came to be. Xie Danxiong was somewhat indignant. To think that the most powerful and authoritative Dharma Supreme in the heavens would actually be such a sinister and vicious villain. Gu Duxing said coldly and angrily, "How can such a person be worthy of being the Dharma Supreme? Ruling over the heroes of the world? He should be beheaded." Chu Yang had already guessed this and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he laughed at Gu Duxing's words. Beheaded? Haha, Gu Duxing really had a sense of impartiality. However, although they didn't know the use of the mysterious item that the Dharma Supreme snatched, they saw the benefits of that item with their own eyes. It was only now that Xie Danxiong's face regained some of its color. It was obvious that the violent vomiting earlier had affected him. He said slowly, "Back then, the Dharma Supreme was seriously injured. It was all thanks to the internal energy of the people from the Law Enforcement Hall and the continuous slaughter of human lives to maintain his vitality. However, after obtaining that item, the Dharma Supreme's body miraculously recovered. Moreover, his cultivation improved even more. During this period of time, he improved by leaps and bounds. He became more and more unfathomable." When Xie Danxiong finished speaking, he saw that Chu Yang's gaze had become deep and profound. He hurriedly stopped talking, afraid that he would disrupt the problem that Chu Yang was currently considering. Chu Yang frowned and thought hard for a while before he asked, "What else?" "There's also the existence of the Doyan Hall." Xie Danxiong said, "In the land of the law enforcement officers, there's the most mysterious Doyan Hall." It's filled with unparalleled experts. He paused for a moment before he said, the 3 defeats that Gu Igu mentioned should be the work of the people from the Doyan Hall. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Yes. There's also the fact that there seems to be an additional person beside the Dharma Supreme. However, they have never seen him before. It's just a feeling. This is because the Dharma Supreme originally didn't have any abnormalities about him. But now, they sometimes notice very faint black aura rising from him. This kind of black aura makes people very uneasy. When he said this, Chu Yang's and Mo Tianji's expressions changed at the same time. Extraterrestrial demon. Both of them secretly cried out in their hearts. Xie Danxiong was startled by the expressions on their faces. Chu Yang took a deep breath. This matter is too important. Be careful not to spread it. Then, he said to Xie Danxiong, continue. Only then did Xie Danxiong continue. What follows is related to the situation in the northwest, including the obstruction of Shao Jingyan and Shi Qishu just now. Even these people don't know what exactly this operation is about. They only know that it's to assist Diwu Qingru in establishing the power of the Diwu clan. In order to achieve this goal, they can pay any price and resort to any means. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji exchanged a look, seeing the complicated look in each other's eyes. Mo Tianji coughed and said softly, we all know that the Dharma Supreme's name is Dongfang Badeo. Later on, Big Brother told me that he was actually one of the tribulations from a very long time ago. His name is Lu Long. Then, after Big Brother investigated the details, he once said, is the Dharma Supreme's name called? He stopped talking and paused for a moment. Then, he said word by word, Diwu Chochong? Chu Yang's expression was dark and solemn. That's right. Mo Tianji smiled lightly. A glint flashed across his eyes. He said somewhat elegantly, could it be that he wants to rebuild the Diwu clan tens of thousands of years later? This isn't impossible. Chu Yang also smiled. Mo Tianji smiled lightly and said, the melancholy of the past and gentleness of the present. 2 generations of thinkers against the secrets of the heavens. 5th update. Please vote. To be continued. Chapter 1442. Mo Tianji smiled faintly and said, back then it was melancholy. Today it's gentleness. 2 generations of thinkers. Smart kids remember the net. Super fast hands update the net. Chu Yang chuckled. Heaven's secrets are unpredictable. Mo Tianji nodded slightly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yes, heaven's secrets are unpredictable. They can't be defeated. Heaven's secrets have never been seen through. Chu Yang laughed. I believe you can win. Mo Tianji's eyes were serious. No, we can win. It's the same. Chu Yang pondered and said, Heaven's secrets. But even though heaven's secrets can't be completely seen through, there are times when people can succeed in comprehending heaven's secrets. Mo Tianji nodded and said, so, even though heaven's secrets are mysterious, they are not invincible. If heaven's secrets don't move, they will be the enemy's target. So heaven's secrets need to be constantly changing. Chu Yang was completely relieved. Mo Tianji's words were very serious. So serious that it was almost as if he was speaking with his heart. It could be seen that he was constantly enriching himself. Moreover, he didn't underestimate the enemy at all. Chu Yang knew that Diwu Chongchong and Diwu Qingro were planning for the same thing. Mo Tianji had taken it seriously. Moreover, he had started to be very careful. Previously, it was just a battle between the strong and the weak. But now, it was a battle of life and death. As far as Chu Yang knew, Mo Tianji in this state was almost invincible in terms of scheming and plotting. Chu Yang immediately sent a message to the sword spirit to call him back. Then, everyone was ready to set off. Xie Danxiong was lying on the ground. He looked at Chu Yang sadly. Big brother, can we find someone else to interrogate the prisoners in the future? Chu Yang patted him on the shoulder and said, you did well. Now, brothers, we lack such a talent. Do well. I believe you will become the most ruthless official in the heavenly layer. Xie Danxiong's handsome face suddenly collapsed like a wilted cigar. Those two people are dead, right? Chu Yang asked. Xiet and Xiong took a breath and said, yes, that's good. Let's go. The group shot towards the northwest like lightning. In the same place, the simple temporary interrogation room that was surrounded by 4 snow walls stood silently. Not long after Chu Yang and the others had left, the 2 white-robed men finally rushed back. They were burning with anxiety. From afar, they could see the collapsed mountain peak. That kind of heaven-shattering and earth-shattering scene caused the 2 of them to feel uneasy and full of worry. The 2 of them moved like lightning, first ascending the mountain peak on the left. Looking around, as far as their eyes could see, there were no traces of humans at all. He released his divine perception to search, but there was no response. It seemed to be between heaven and earth. Only the 2 of them were left alone. The 2 of them searched the entire mountain peak, but found nothing. The 2 of them panicked and couldn't help but shout, "Third brother! Fourth brother!" The wilderness was silent. Their voices spread far and wide, and the mountains and valleys roared in response, booming without end. In a place like this, where they were doing secret business, there shouldn't have been such a big commotion. But now, the ominous feeling in their hearts was getting thicker and thicker. Slowly, they felt as if they were about to suffocate. Their hearts were filled with panic and worry. How could he care so much? It was as if the thing that they treasured the most was slowly leaving, and it was finally silent. The 2 of them shouted as they searched. Later, they became more and more panicked. They ran all over the mountain like crazy, throwing out palms after palms to shake up the snowflakes that had just fallen on the ground. They looked underneath. Finally, they came down the mountain. Finally, boss, there are traces of battle here. The other white-robed masked man threw out a palm, and the snow flew up. Immediately, they saw the traces of battle, the messy footsteps, the little bloodstains. The little traces left by the saber light and the sword energy. The 2 of them were shocked. They hurriedly moved and turned over the entire area, picking up the layers of stone and snow that were covered by the avalanche. Finally, the white-robed masked man suddenly trembled and stood there in a daze. The other man turned his head and saw an arm quietly appear on the ground. The finger was slightly curled, and it was frozen stiff. On the almost transparent, frost-covered thumb, there was a purple thumb ring. Third brother. The white-robed masked man threw himself on the ground as if he had gone crazy. He held the arm in his arms, and tears dripped down, soaking the cloth covering his face. In such a bitterly cold weather, when tears flowed out, a burst of mist actually rose up in spirals and spiraled upwards. This is third brother's thumb ring. This is third brother's arm. The other white-robed masked man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked up to the sky and howled, "Third brother! Third brother! Where are you? Who did this?" The 2 of them almost went crazy. Then, they searched with all their might and turned over the entire battlefield. Then, they found scattered pieces of flesh, fingers, arms, broken legs. They collected them piece by piece. Their bodies trembled more and more violently, and they almost couldn't stand. These were the flesh and blood of their brothers. Now, they were all chopped down. Where are my brothers? Their eyes were bloodshot as they searched around like they had gone mad. Who did this? Bastard, come out. Third brother. Fourth brother. Where are you? Finally, the 2 of them stared blankly. In the dense snow in front of them, they found the 4 walls of snow that surrounded them. They stood there quietly, not moving at all. Although there were only 4 walls of snow, the 2 of them could clearly feel the aura of death inside. The 2 of them stared at it with their 4 eyes. At this moment, they actually didn't dare to go forward. It was as if there were countless evil spirits and demons in the 4 walls of snow. The 2 of them trembled, and their lips trembled as they walked over step by step. 1 step deep, 1 step shallow. At this moment, the dignified 8th grade supreme martial artists actually seemed so weak that they couldn't use their internal energy. Finally, they reached the front. The 2 of them closed their eyes, gritted their teeth, and stepped in. Their trembling hands were still able to send out palm energy. When they sent out their palms, the snow flew up lightly, as if dead souls were fluttering in a messy and powerless manner. 2 corpses that were too horrible to look at. They appeared in front of the two of them. His four limbs were incomplete, and his face was filled with unbearable pain. However, his four eyes were still wide open as he stared at the snowy sky. His lifeless pupils were frozen with extreme humiliation and a desire that made him want to die immediately. Third brother. Fourth brother. The two of them went limp as if all their bones had been extracted from their bodies. They knelt on the ground with a thud. With a cry, they spat out blood all over the sky. They crawled on their knees, trembling as they approached their brother's body. They opened their arms and hugged their brother's already cold body tightly in their arms, unwilling to let go. They tried to use their own body heat to drive away the freezing cold for their brother, but to no avail. Their brother couldn't feel it anymore. Who did it? Who dared to do it all? The two of them roared at the sky, crying out with heart-wrenching pain. Who did it? Who killed my brother? This cry was the culmination of all the cultivation of an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. Their voices exploded in midair like thunder, invaded by the warm body heat of the two of them. The two corpses that were already cold suddenly dripped with blood from their mouths and noses, bright red and eye-catching. The two of them knelt on the ground. They hugged their corpses tightly, howling at the sky. 1,000 years of reunion. 1,000 years of brothers. Far away in the northwest, Emotianji and the others also heard the faint howls from the wind and snow. For a moment, everyone was silent. Emotianji looked back quietly and asked in a low voice, "Do you feel that it's very cruel? Do you feel that it's a little unbearable? Or even, do you feel guilty?" He was asking Xie Danqiong. When he heard this cry, he clearly saw Xie Danqiong's body tremble. Yes. Xie Danqiong took a breath. Killing people, I've killed many, but this time, hearing such tragic cries, I suddenly felt the true brotherly love between them. Emotianji said coldly, "If you didn't kill him and let him kill you, all the brothers here would cry like this for you, and I can guarantee that it would be even more intense than this." Xie Danqiong's whole body shook. Emotianji was cold to the end. The two who died have already lived for thousands of years, freely roaming the martial world. In this life, how many people have they made cry like this? People of the martial world die in the martial world. Chu Yang sighed, "Danqiong, this is the martial world. The enemy has family. We also have brothers. If the enemy's brothers don't feel bad, it's our family's turn to feel bad." Xie Danqiong took a deep breath and nodded heavily. "I understand. I just feel a little emotional and heavy in my heart." Chu Yang said softly, "The martial world is a place of heartbreak. If you don't, I will be heartbroken." Everyone turned back and walked forward in silence. Chu Yang held Mo Qingwu in his arms. Dong Wushang held Mo Lei and the group quickly disappeared into the snow. At the Alliance's camp, Xiao Jingyin finally returned. He came back with Shi Qishu in his arms. When they saw this scene, all the supreme martial artists' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shi Qishu is dead? When Diwu Qingru received this news, his whole body trembled, and more than half of the tea he was holding spilled out. For a moment, he was inexplicably shocked. Didn't they say that they wouldn't kill people? Why did they kill Shi Qishu? The Shi clan's troops all went crazy at once. The whole camp was in chaos. For people, for masked men in white. Xiao Zhengyin's mouth was full of blood, his eyes ferocious and violent. They said that they were from the Li clan. They also used the martial arts of the Li clan, but I keep feeling that something is not right. I have already memorized their figures, eyesight, and voice. As long as I see them again, I will be able to recognize them immediately. Xiao Zhengyin looked up to the sky and roared, "If I don't take revenge for this, may I, Xiao Zhengyin, be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After I die, I will fall into hell and never be reincarnated." The moment he heard that it was 4 masked men in white, Diwu Qingrou's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed them. Why? The rules were very strict. They could be injured, but could not be killed. Why did they still kill them? I continue to write. Brothers and sisters who still have monthly tickets, please throw 2 tickets over. RQ. Chapter 1443. Diwu Qingru frowned. After comforting Xiao Zhengyin for a while, he suppressed the intense emotions of the Shi clan. Then, he gathered the supreme martial artists who were leading the team to discuss and determine the countermeasures. Then, he walked back to his own tent with a heavy heart, his brows tightly knitted. Smart Kids Remember Network Super Fast Hands Update in the eyes of others. Diwu Qingru was worried about the attack on Shi Qishu and Xiao Zhengyin, but no one knew that he was thinking about a completely opposite problem. The doubts in Diwu Qingru's heart were expanding. They kept saying that they were helping me, but they didn't care about my decision at all and didn't carry it out at all. At such a time when I needed experts, they actually killed an 8th grade supreme martial artist from their own side. What did this mean? Diwu Qingru's eyes were gentle, and he sat motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. From his expression, there wasn't even any sense of loss or anger. As usual, he was as calm as water. It was late at night. Diwu Qingru was still sitting quietly. He seemed to be waiting for something. He believed that those 4 people would definitely come. There was a burst of mist in the air, and 2 figures appeared in front of Diwu Qingru. Both of them were in rags, and their eyes were red with extreme grief and anger. Diwu Qingru didn't seem to see them. He just said very calmly, "You're back?" The leader of the masked men in white took a deep breath and calmed his voice. "Yes, we are back. Something unexpected happened. Shi Qishu is dead." Diwu Qingru faintly replied, "Oh, he's dead." He didn't speak anymore, as if this matter was very common. The leader waited for a long time, waiting for Diwu Qingru to ask the reason, but Diwu Qingru didn't. "Why don't you ask me the reason?" The leader's eyes were like knives. The agreement was not to kill anyone, but now someone has been killed. Don't you find it strange? Don't you feel angry? Diwu Qingru said lightly, "It's just one person dying. In this world, people die every day. If they don't deserve to die, everyone has their reasons in other people's eyes. But what's the use of reasons? Dead is dead." Diwu Qingru said sarcastically, "Even a peak 2nd grade supreme martial artist is just a piece of smelly meat after death. Is this very strange?" The 2 masked men in white breathed heavily at the same time. Staring at Diwu Qingru, they clenched their fists. They said hoarsely, "Not only Shi Qishu is dead. The 4 of us went out together, but only the 2 of us." He clenched his fists tightly, and his voice sounded as tragic as if he was spitting out blood. "My 3rd and 4th brothers are also dead." Diwu Qingru slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, I see." His voice and expression were still calm. The masked man in white was panting heavily. Suddenly, he grabbed Diwu Qingru's clothes and shook Diwu Qingru. He growled in a low voice, "My brother is dead. 2 of them. Qingru, Qingru, Qingru. Qingru, Qingru. Don't you have something?" Diwu Qingru didn't say anything. His eyes coldly looked at the hand that was holding his collar. He slowly raised his head and looked into the eyes of the masked man in white. His gaze was calm, deep, and cold. "Qingru, Qingru. Qingru, 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 ro Qingru, Qingru, ro ro." He let go of his hand weakly. Diwu Qingru Qingru tidied his clothes as if nothing had happened. He sat down slowly and said, "Many people have died in this world. They are only important to you. What does it have to do with me?" The 2 men in white frowned at the same time, looking at him fiercely. Diwu Qingru smiled faintly. "Your brothers are dead. Are their corpses better than others? You are making a scene here, and so is the Shi clan." He sneered. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and recited slowly, "There is no place in life that is not in Jianghu. Once you enter Jianghu, how can you leave? Corpses pile up to build a mountain of heroes, blood paving the road of heroes. Young brothers die in Jianghu. How can ordinary people be angry? Those who used to laugh in the wind and clouds are now in the bellies of birds and beasts. You have fought for thousands of years. How many heroes have died under your feet? If enemies and relatives are angry, how many lives do you have for revenge? You have killed people for thousands of years. Don't you deserve to die? What are you upset about? What are you sad about?" Diwu Qingru sneered. "Not completing the mission and making a mistake is a capital crime. If you were a general under my command, you would have been beheaded in public. Now, you two actually came to me to ask for an explanation? The two men gasped for breath and stared at Diwu Qingru. Diwu Qingru said casually, "You are all experts. I can't afford to use your help. Please leave here. I won't send you off." Diwu Qingru was not angry. He indeed had some thoughts of breaking off the cooperation, because from such cooperation, Diwu Qingru could not see any hope for the Diwu clan. "You have offended everyone. Even if I can revive the Diwu clan, even if I can subdue most of the people here, the evidence is in your hands. Once you are exposed, the entire Diwu clan will die without a burial place. In this way, won't I, Diwu Qingru, become your puppet?" If these people had done as he instructed and only injured but not killed, Diwu Qingru could have continued, and in that way, he would have made the situation more dependent on him. They would be completely united against a common enemy. He would have created a mountain-like pressure and controlled everyone in his hands. But Chishu was dead. The plan was completely scrapped. Now, the only thought left was revenge. Diwu Qingru could not make use of this tyrannical emotion at all. In particular, Xiao Jingyin, who had just escaped death, was in charge of it. Moreover, Chishu was different from Lan Mafeng. The Lan clan was gone, and Lan Mafeng was a lone official with nowhere to go. However, behind these Shi clan troops, there was still a huge clan supporting them. They would not be driven into a corner. Of course, Diwu Qingru had other plans. If they only wanted to make use of him, then they would probably give up after today. He was not deeply involved in the things that happened these few days. Even if he was exposed, he could very well deny it and withdraw. But if they really wanted to help the Diwu clan, then, after today, the real landlord should show himself. The two men in white were dumbfounded at once. If the two of them went back now, they would definitely be skinned alive by the Dharma Supreme. Although the two of them were sorrowful and angry, there was nothing they could do to Diwu Qingru. They humbled themselves for a long time. Diwu Qingru did not say a word. There was coldness between his eyebrows. The two of them had no choice but to leave. Watching the two of them disappear, Diwu Qingru sighed softly and shook his head. It was already midnight, but the heavy snow outside was still falling. Ever since Diwu Qingru came here, the snow here seemed to have not stopped for a day. In fact, in this northwest area, since ancient times, it had never snowed in a year. It seemed that it had not been more than 2 months. Diwu Qingru waited until this moment and finally exhaled. He did not know whether it was relief or regret. He sat down cross-legged to cultivate and rest. At this moment, a voice suddenly said, "You are too reckless to chase them away." Diwu Qingru was not shocked but happy. He said indifferently, "Are you finally willing to show yourself?" That voice said, "Are you looking for me?" Diwu Qingru was silent for a moment and said, "Give me a reason. Otherwise, I will never cooperate. I, Diwu Qingru, would rather live an ignoble existence and plan for the future. But I will never be a puppet." That person was silent for a moment and said, "You are a direct descendant of the Diwu clan. Do you recognize this item?" As he said, a jade token appeared on the table in front of Diwu Qingru. A drop of blood flew over and dripped on the jade token. The jade token lit up in front of the light and gave off a sparkling glow. A line of words slowly appeared in the glow. Number 1 in the human world, vast sky. Number 2 in the human world, vast earth. Number 3 in the human world, wind, cloud, water, and fire. Number 4 in the human world, gods and demons. I am number 5 in the human world. Diwu Qingru's whole body shook. For the first time, the color in his eyes changed. This was the life token of the Diwu clan. It had always been the supreme treasure of the Diwu clan. Only the divine spirit and bloodline of the direct descendant of the Diwu clan could activate it. Ever since the clan was destroyed, its whereabouts were unknown. But now, it had appeared here. And this drop of blood could actually activate the illusion of the life token. It was definitely a direct descendant of the Diwu clan. This life token listed heaven, earth, gods, demons, and nature as the top 4 in the world. Only the Diwu clan was listed as number 5. In fact, it meant that although they were surnamed Diwu, they were actually number 1 in the world. Diwu Qingru stood up and tidied his clothes. Then, he bowed respectfully 3 times to the life token. Then, he stood up and said, "May I ask who you are?" That voice was somewhat disappointed. He said, "I am number 5. Now, are you still going to reject my help?" On the other side, after a night of rapid marching, Chu Yang and the others had already reached the place where Lang Along had died in battle. After resting for a while here, Chu Yang bowed to the heavens. He couldn't help but think of Wei Wuyan again. His eyes dimmed for a long time. Mo Tianji said, "Chu Yang, we'll split up here." Split up? Chu Yang was stunned. "Yes, we'll split into 3. The first, I'll bring Ao Sheiyun and Rue Badong to the Li clan." Mo Tianji said steadily, "You'll bring Dong Wushang, Qing Wu and Lei to cooperate with me outside. The third, Gu Duxing will bring GMO, Luo Kadi, and Xia Danqiu. Wait for an opportunity and act independently. Duxing must remember that you're not allowed to make a move at any other time. Only when the 2 clans are at war can you make a move. Retreat after 1 strike. It's the same every time we go to war. There's no problem with us splitting up. But isn't it too risky for the 3 of you to enter the Li clan?" asked Chu Yang. Mo Tianji smiled. "There's definitely no risk at all, and the Li clan is too weak now. If they lack a strategist, once Diwu Qingru really launches an attack, they'll probably be depleted in a short time. So I have to go. This great battle is also what we're trying to buy time for. We have to borrow their strength this time." Mo Tianji said calmly, "What you have to pay attention to is the movements of the Long clan, Shao clan, and Shi clan. I'll constantly create opportunities for you." Chu Yang nodded and said, "Okay." Each of them was given an incomplete version of the heavy pill to carry with them in case of emergency. Mo Tianji smiled gently and elegantly. "If the Li clan isn't at the end of its rope, don't contact me. I have the confidence to turn at least half of the thousands of supreme martial artists here into bones. I really want to go all out today, but I really can't. I can only do 2 things, rest up and go all out tomorrow. RQ. Chapter 1444. The Li clan was in a state of misery. Smart Kids Remember Network Super Fast Hands update during this period of time. The enemy's attacks were not powerful, but they were dense. There was almost no loophole to be exploited. The Li clan was forced to retreat bit by bit, while the enemy advanced steadily step by step. The enemy came slowly, but with a mountain-like pressure. The Li clan did not lose many men during this period of time, but the pressure they were under was unprecedented, almost causing them to break down. From the enemy's actions, they could clearly feel the wisdom of the enemy's commander. The enemy was fighting with intelligence. So many people in the Li clan racked their brains, but they could not figure out the enemy's plan at all. Step by step, they were led by the nose by the enemy. Every step the enemy took was to attack the enemy's vital points. After they dealt with the enemy's attacks, they would always suffer losses and be forced to give up some territory. Slowly, the 30,000 miles of territory had shrunk by a small half. The most terrifying thing was that the enemy did not suffer any losses at all. They were still advancing at a constant speed. At this moment, these arrogant Jianghu experts finally realized the importance of intelligence, wisdom, and scheming. It turned out that a high level of cultivation did not mean anything. Although all the intelligence in the northwest had reached here very accurately, they could not figure out the direction of the enemy's attack. When faced with such an enemy, no matter how high your cultivation was, you would only end up being played like a fool. The Li clan was in a gloomy state. Li Wubwa sat in the clan's temporary meeting hall, his brows tightly knitted. As he listened to the discussions and arguments of the clan experts below, he felt more and more powerless. How could a bunch of martial artists compare to a super military advisor? Everyone below was in a heated discussion. They were also at their wits' end. At the end of the discussion, everyone unanimously agreed. If we really have to deal with it, we have to maintain this situation. Then, we must have a genius military advisor to lead us, and he must be better than the enemy's commander. Only then can he lead us to victory. But after this conclusion, everyone became even more dispirited. This was easy to say, but There was no one in the entire heavens who could be better than the enemy's current commander. Now, everyone finally knew how terrifying Diwu Qingru was. Originally, they heard that Diwu Qingru had achieved great feats in the lower three heavens with his bare hands, and intimidated the world. Everyone just took it as a joke and felt a sense of superiority, like an elephant watching ants fighting for power. But now, everyone felt ashamed. Suddenly, there is one person who can keep Diwu Qingru in check. Li Clan's Grand Duke Li Ju suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. Who is it? It is King of Hell Chu. Li Ju's eyes lit up. Only King of Hell Chu, who defeated Diwu Qingru in the lower three heavens, can do this. Let us out of this predicament. King of Hell Chu. Everyone suddenly realized. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. But where exactly is this King of Hell Chu? Li Wubua frowned, his eyes flickering. It's said that Chu Yang, who is now being slandered as an extraterrestrial demon, is a heavenly demon. He was King of Hell Chu back then. Li Ju said in a deep voice. He was from the Chu clan in the southeastern part of the upper three heavens. Right now, it's in the upper three heavens. I'll invite him here immediately. A white-bearded supreme martial artist stood up. That's right. Although we haven't reached the end of our rope yet, under the threat of the other party, we are like a group of fish being gradually driven into a big net. We don't have the ability to resist at all. Inviting King of Hell Chu at such a time. It's also a brilliant move when we have no other way out. However, firstly, the outside has already been sealed. How can we charge out? Secondly, is King of Hell Chu willing to come? Li Wubua frowned. These 2 points are very important. It shouldn't be difficult to tear a hole in the enemy's encirclement with a team of experts, said that supreme martial artist. Then, what about when we return? How do we enter when we return? And, if the other party pursues us, do we have the confidence to return? Even if we can return and charge in, by then, will the Li clan still be around? Li Wubua snorted. Besides, where is King of Hell Chu now? How long will it take to get out? How long will it take to find him? How long will it take for him to return? Everyone was disheartened at once. The few possibilities that Li Wubua had mentioned were real. Other things aside, the Li clan couldn't afford to delay any longer. Even if King of Hell Chu agreed to come and help, it would take at least 2 months for him to come and go. After 2 months, it was still uncertain whether the Li clan would still exist in this world. Everyone's faces were full of worry. Could it be that they could only wait helplessly for death? Li Xiongtu, who was present at the meeting, frowned and said, King of Hell Chu may have this ability. However, as far as I know, there's another person who has more confidence in defeating Diwu Qingru. It's a pity that that person is in the upper three heavens. Everyone was shocked. They asked, who is it? If the King of Hell Chu that Li Ju mentioned only gave them hope, then the person recommended by Li Xiongtu would definitely make them go crazy with joy, because Li Xiongtu's identity was different. The person he recommended, the Wise One, was definitely the mastermind of tribulation. The masterminds of tribulation in the past were all invincible in the world with their supreme wisdom. This was something that everyone in the world knew. Li Xiongtu shook his head and said, it's a pity that that person is too far away to put out a nearby fire. Everyone was about to ask. Right at this moment, a long roar suddenly shook the sky from afar. A clear voice said, Li Xiongtu. This voice was like the long roar of a golden dragon in the sky. Although it was very far away and very weak, it was clear and natural and proud as it was in front of them. All the supreme martial artists in the hall were shocked. Who was calling Li Xiongtu's name? Could it be that the other party had already launched a large-scale attack? Li Xiongtu, who was present at the meeting, was also confused. Who's calling my name? And this voice seems a little familiar. Seeing that everyone had turned to look at him, Li Xiongtu's rough face revealed some confusion. He said, I don't know who it is, but it sounds a little familiar. Everyone's expression was shocked. Sounds a little familiar? Could it be? Li Wubua's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted, who's there? The voice from earlier didn't speak again, but another voice shouted, ask your people to stop. What an idiot. If we were enemies, we would have killed him. If we're enemies, why would we be shouting here? What followed was intense battle cries, getting closer and closer. It seemed that the Li clan brothers outside couldn't stop the other party at all. Li Wubwa shouted, "Stop it! Invite the guests in." Li Xiongtu's expression changed. He said, "I can tell, so it's them." As he spoke, a strange expression appeared on his face. It seemed to be resentment, but also nostalgia, and also a little sad. Them? This word really made one's imagination run wild. Everyone knew that Li Xiongtu was one of the tribulations. Could it be that the other brothers of the tribulations had finally arrived? No one said anything. But the next moment, regardless of whether they were 8th grade or 7th grade supreme martial artists, all of them stood up abruptly. Their eyes were burning. They looked at the entrance of the hall. Although the other party's voice could be heard, it was very far away, at least 100 miles away. But now, everyone seemed to be unable to wait. Once they stood up, no one sat down again. After 30 minutes, someone finally came to report. Reporting to Clan Master, there are 3 people outside who claim to be young Master Xiongtu's friends. Li Wubwa was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Quickly invite them in." Everyone raised their heads and looked at them. From afar, there were figures approaching rapidly. After the Li clan's property was destroyed, they were besieged. They didn't have time to build a new base, so they simply used the eternal ice and snow to build an ice palace with the supreme martial artist's power. Now, it looked sparkling and translucent, as if it was even more imposing than the original property. In front of the ice palace, 3 people walked in slowly. All 3 of them were dressed in white, tall and slender. As they looked around, they were in high spirits. There was a kind of boundless atmosphere like, in the vicissitudes of the world, phoenixes reside. In the turbid world, dragons fly in the sky. The 3 of them walked side by side. Far away in the meeting hall, everyone felt the aura of these 3 people at the same time. At this moment, even though they hadn't met them in person, even 8th grade supreme martial artists felt a chill in their hearts. These 3 young people had such a strong aura. Every one of them was a dragon among men, a peerless genius. If there were any doubts before, now there was no doubt at all. Because no matter which one of these 3 people, be it in terms of demeanor, elegance, aura, or cultivation, they were all far superior to the number 1 duke of the Li clan, Li Ju. If they weren't robbers, who else could have such an aura? Li Wubwa's eagle-like eyes flashed, but they were filled with ecstasy. Our Li clan has finally seen the light of day. Reinforcements are here. And it's a character that has been talked about in the heavens for 10,000 years. Tribulation. Everyone, follow me to welcome the distinguished guests, Li Wubwa said in a deep voice. However, everyone could tell that the voice of the clan leader, who usually didn't show his emotions on his face, was actually trembling slightly at this moment. Everyone stood up together. They walked out of the hall and stood at the stone steps in front of the hall. With a flash of white, the 3 young people appeared 500 feet away. Seeing so many people lined up to welcome them, they seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, they walked over slowly. They finally met. The dragon-like Tribulation brothers. All the supreme martial artists looked up and saw that these 3 people were all handsome, full of energy, and walking with a majestic gait. Among the 3 of them, although the one on the left moved with ease, there was a natural aura of a dragon flying in the sky. As for the one on the right, although he was walking with 2 legs, when everyone looked out, they could clearly feel that he was a phoenix soaring in the clear sky. One of them walked in the midst of the dancing dragons and dancing phoenixes. However, his aura was not suppressed at all. In fact, it was even more like the sun. Although he was gentle and elegant, his every move naturally revealed a kind of, "I have the world in my hands. I have the world in my hands." He was full of confidence. It was as if in front of this person, all the difficulties in the world didn't exist. I'm unusually happy today, so I'm in a very good state. Ha ha ha. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.